Hey guys, and welcome to Little Blackbird 91. We are giving you guys a live on Ready to Love. Yes, we are talking about Ready to Love Season 5 DC Episode 7. This is a super panel live, probably less of a super panel and more about you guys having your say. Listen, if you've wanted to have your say, tonight's the night. Get on. I'm going to give you guys the email early so you can jump in, have your say, and get aboard, okay? If you want to have your say, hit us up on the email down below, and I'm going to get you on here talking about Ready to Love. So, do you know what this episode... Sorry, I'm out of breath because I was just doing some press-ups. This episode, right? I don't know. It's odd, this episode, because there was things that was happening, but things that weren't happening. Do you know what I mean? There was things that were happening, but things that were not happening, okay? So, this episode... we got to see Mumen and Dante, literally get involved. We saw them have their date, where I said date, meet her friend or whatever. And Dante came in and, did his thing or whatever. And it was okay, right? Then we get Walter coming into that date, and Walter didn't know that Dante was gonna be there. Mumen didn't realize that that Walter's gonna be added. What are the show trying to do? Stuff like this, like driving me nuts. How does she not know that he's coming in through? Why are our own doing that? What you know what I mean? Why are we throwing cliffhangers in the middle of these things? Like, it don't make sense, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, right now my smoke is starting to come a bit for own production too, because I'm here to hear these black stories, but some of the stuff that they're doing is just mad, yeah? But anyway, Walter comes in, and then they have their conversation as well. It's okay, right? Then we have, obviously, Kamil and Cornelius, who meet up as well, and their date is just something else. I mean, Kamil likes nice guys, but runs over nice guys. Camille's now not waiting for sex till marriage. She's happy to have sex before marriage, but she's willing to wait and see a little bit with Cornelius. And it's all over the place, bruv. It's abysmal right now. It's all over the place right now, right? And so, I'm looking at a situation with Kamil and Cornelius. Cornelius has literally, I don't know if you guys picked up on the very end, I've done some videos for this as well, so you'll see it tomorrow. Cornelius literally said towards the end of Zadia, I'm not trying to do too much because I don't want it to get back to Kamil. If that's not control, I don't know what control is. If that's not somebody who doesn't know their boundaries, I don't know what that is. Now, unless he has chosen Kamil as his partner, I do not know why he's making statements such as, if Kamil hasn't, I don't want Kamil to know because I don't want it to get back to her. Why are we thinking about her so much? Why is Kamil on the forefront of your mind when you're supposed to be dating, sir? Huh? Is Kamil your girlfriend? If not, then please relax. If she's not your girlfriend, please relax, sir. Right? There's just no need for your thought process to be that way. If you guys want to, I'll show you a pic. I'll show you a thing of this. I can actually show you. Let me show you.
It's the mansion, but I try to move carefully and try to move safely. I don't want to do too much with Zadia because I definitely don't want to it get back to Kamil that I'm doing something I'm not supposed to be doing.
Cornelius, what do you mean that you're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing? You're supposed to be dating, blood. You're supposed to be dating. You're supposed to be dating. So now I've got to ask this question, right? Did you make Kamil your girlfriend on the show or something that we didn't realize? Because if that is the case, right, then we got to go back to the pool situation. It's still bad. It's still bad, right? But I can now reduce how I saw that incident. Right? Because now it makes sense why she's saying you're too nice to all these girls, because that's a boundary issue, right? But bro, if that is not the case, my brother, okay, I'm gonna need you to grab your balls. Okay? Grab the balls, okay? All right? And be strong. And when I say strong, it means let people know your boundaries. You're way too passive. Way too passive, bruv. But I'm going to come back to that situation. I'm going to go too deep. There's still other couples we just want to gloss over, start off, do our initial conversation, and we'll get into the different couples and get some people on board, right? Okay, cool. Let's then talk about who else was on their thing? Sidney and Frank. I was doing it in jest a little bit. I said these two could be a power couple. I mean, they could if they genuinely have a deep connection, which I'm not sure they do yet. But if they do genuinely get a deep connection, this could go somewhere. You know, they look good together. They sound good together. They live the same life. You know what I'm saying? But you know, as they said, his answers were surface. You know, and how much do they actually like each other? Is it just an attraction that's physical and sexual? I mean, there was a lot of touching, okay? We went from a shoulder rub, okay, earlier on at the poolside, to now fully being lip-syncing at meeting the friends, okay? So, you know, there's obviously some things that have happened behind the scenes. There's some deep things that have happened behind the scenes. Them guys have been talking, they've been chatting, they've been enjoying themselves. They've been going deep. Whilst we've not been there, they've been going deep, okay? Now, everyone's asking that same question. If they're going that deep, what happened to Aisha and Frank? Did we miss something? Did Frank and Aisha have a conversation that they don't want kids or something? What's going on? Right now, it's a bit mad, right? We're trying to figure that whole existence out. It's not really making much sense as of yet, okay? So we want to get that idea. All right, cool. And then we also had who else, sorry, was there? We had the Phil situation. Someone said yes. We had a Phil situation where Phil got to talk with Aisha, got to talk with Shiloh, got to talk with Tasia, and I pointed this out. It's interesting that Tasia was the only one that didn't sit beside him. She sat opposite him. Right? Everyone else sat beside the man. They sat beside Phil, except Tasia. So I don't know why next week she's complaining when she's sitting at the far end from him. You didn't even want to sit next to him on this dinner date, on this questioning situation. So when next week comes along, she says she's at the farthest end of the table. You are at the farthest end of the table. Yes, you are, because you are, even on this situation, you are opposite him, where everyone else sat with him. I'm just saying, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So, Phil, I think, is an amazing guy. I think he's great. I think he's got a calm demeanor. I think he's just solid, and that's what's great. That's what we want to see. He's just a solid brother, and that's probably why he's got a lot of the women on his tail. He's a solid brother. What we didn't see was Zadia and Naeem. Did Naeem go to Zadia's parents? Like, did Naeem go to Zadia's friends? Like, well, I'll go on for that because I don't remember seeing that. I don't remember seeing, Zadia go speak with Naeem. I'm confused about that. Do you know what I mean? I didn't see any of that stuff. I don't know if you guys saw it. Oh, wait, no, I lie. We did. I lied. I told a big lie. We did see Zadia and Naeem. I lied. We did see Zadia and Naeem. But do you know what it was? I turned off. I don't think anything was happening. I cannot for the life of me remember the conversation. I actually can't remember the conversation. Let me put up a little clip. I lied. There was.
At a certain point, you would have been engaged and possibly making a family. Like, so why is it delayed for you?
What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah, I remember now. It was short, and I don't know what the heck they were talking about. Bro, I usually watch things twice, and yeah, I don't remember much of the conversation. Did I put notes down? Because I'm just so short. I'm so short. I had confidence in my chest to say they weren't on the show, and yet they were. They were on the show. I must have missed that. What the heck? I did. Okay, he brought 12 white roses. 12 white roses he brought. He said she looks good. He thinks Zadia looks amazing. And he said the reason why he's not getting married is because he's not running into the right people. As why he's not married. So that's why I wasn't remembering nothing that was going on there, because boy, the thing was short, the thing wasn't really popping, and they ain't really capture what needs to be captured. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is about them, man. Brother, I don't know how I missed that. Obviously, the one that's got everyone talking is Sabrina and Walter. We got to see Sabrina and Walter. That was, a whole conversation where, the way that Sabrina introduced Walter is not how she introduced Shawn. Okay? Sabrina introduced Walter like that was her husband, and, and the way the friends embraced him, and it was like, oh, he is handsome. And I was like, oh, okay. So that's a great entertainment at the beginning. Great introduction. Straight away he's got a little buy-in. The girl's already feeling him, bruv. He's already in, cause, yeah. And then he kind of got them as well with his intellect by they asked him what does he do, and he said, oh, I was an engineer. I got a scholarship. And then he said, yeah, I got a scholarship for engineering. And the girls were like, oh, and he was like, yeah, you see, I got you. Like. Walter had it. Like Walter's a very good communicator. Walter is a person who, this is where Walter is able to excel. Look, I ain't gonna lie to you. Walter can excel in these parts, right? So I've got no problem with that. The next scene is where I had a massive problem, and then maybe you guys can talk to it as well and give us your thoughts, right? And I'm not the only one. Listen, I'll go onto Twitter right now and show you some of the tweets on Twitter. Listen, we all were confused by Sabrina's introduction to Shawn. Okay, I personally think Sabrina was just showing them, was giving us great chess piece movement. She was just showing us how to passive aggressively remove somebody from the stage, so it doesn't look like you're the one that had the problem. Right? Getting your friends to give him the gunshots. Okay, now don't get twisted. Shawn didn't help himself with the commentary around paying one bill. Okay, but the truth of the matter is, okay, the brother didn't stand a chance. Please tell me how he stood a chance. He did not stand a chance, bro. The brother literally, okay, got into the place and all eyes were on him, beady, hard. You ever get to a place and the energy is just off? Do you not ever feel like you get to a place and the energy is just off, right? So when he gets there, I don't know why he was carrying cards, but hey ho, anyway. So he gets there and everything like that, and you know what? He's in there. He's in there. And literally, the brother starts talking, and you can just tell they're not on it. The friends are not on it. They're not even trying to hear nothing, right? Now, don't get it twisted. I really think that he could have done better with the whole chat situation. He should have done better. But man, oh man, it's a tough crowd. Right? Oh, was it? Oh. And this is where production is getting on my nerves. Why are production doing things like this? Why? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why is production getting involved like this? This is nuts. Why is it he's meeting the friends after having one date? This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about when it comes to production causing the mahook. You understand, right? But even so, right? That being said, it doesn't change what happened. Yeah? It doesn't change what happened. Okay? Because even so, Sabrina introduced the conversation the way she did. Now, it may have been edited, so I'm going to grant that. But the way it was edited was shown to us that she basically said to the people then, listen, the brother just said this and that, and actually there was context to the conversation, and that's what I found was a little bit cheeky, right? You do that when you introduce somebody and not give them the full mahouts, and not give them the full details. Of course, they're gonna slaughter him. They're never going to give him the right reception if you give the wrong information to them. It's that simple. So yeah, that was that. Well, that was a quick one on them too, and then we had. I think that was really it. That's it, isn't it? For Aisha, yeah, and then we had the girls situation at the end. Okay, so we had the girls table situation. I've just done a video on this as well, so it'll be released a little bit later on, right? Mate, the girls scene, okay? The girls scene at the end. Zadia moving mad. Okay? Zadia moving mad. Okay? Now, I just want to maybe I can do a little bit of this. I can show you guys, because I actually watched it like a few times. And the reason why I watched it a few times, I understand it deeper in it. Love for that, April, love, man. Just want to say that I'm so glad I stumbled upon your channel. I love your commentary and sense of humor. Be the pauses for me. Keep it up, coach. Love for that. Thank you so much, April, love for that. I want to go to the scene, right? Yeah. And I'm gonna break it down for you live, right? I've done the video already, so you watch it late tomorrow. But let me give you guys an update quick on this, right? Yeah, I'll give you a quick update what I did on this, yeah, because this whole conversation, I was on Zadia's side at the end. At the beginning, I was on Zadia's side because I was like, wait, why are they asking her to trim it down, right? And then getting on her neck, because she never started that conversation. Like, it was Tasia who wanted people to trim it down. So if Tasia wants to trim it down, let Tasia talk about her thing, not talk about what other people are doing, right? But then I went into the clips and I watched it again. Okay, hopefully my internet doesn't do me rough today, brother, and I can actually show you guys what I'm looking at. Okay. Let's go. Oh, beautiful, it's working. Okay, let's go from here. All right, cool. Let's watch this, guys.
Y'all gotta make some decisions.
This is a serious question. Did Cornelius make his decision?
He hasn't said it, but it's really just time to draw your line in the sand at this point. It's getting ridiculous. You still...
Pause. Okay. All right. Did you guys hear that, right? Tell me if you heard it. If you heard it, comment in the chat. If you heard that part of the conversation, comment in the chat that I heard it, yeah? Just put I heard in the chat, right? Now, if you didn't hear it, let me say what happened, okay? Tasia says, has Cornelius made a decision yet? Okay, all right? Has Cornelius made a decision yet on this, on the fact that obviously he's kind of, I guess, with the Kamil situation, right? Then Zadia gets involved and says, it's getting ridiculous, okay? It's really time that he makes a choice. All right. Now, at that point, the moment you say Cornelius should have made a choice, and actually he shouldn't be fumbling around with his decision. Bear in mind that we know that Zadia kind of liked Cornelius, not like light, but they had a little bit of connection. Okay. You think that Cornelius should make a choice, but you've also got two people, right? So this is the most important part of the conversation. If you miss this part, you miss exactly why the whole fight actually happened, right? Because the whole fight starts from that point. Wherever she's about to argue from, if you don't hear that point, you missed the whole thing. I missed it the two times when I listened to it because I was kind of focusing on the fight. But it gets before that point when she's already expressed if Cornelius should make a choice. If that's the case, then you've got to make a choice. If you're asking for the men to tighten their belt, make a choice, all right, then you've got to do that. Yeah? That's fine. You can do whatever you want, Zadia. I don't mind if you want to move through the experience, have 2 or 3 men. I'm not really fussed about that. Phil's got 3. I don't think anybody's complaining about that. But the moment that you decided to open your mouth, I couldn't defend her anymore, because at first I was defending her, saying, why are the girls asking her to choose? She doesn't have to. This is a part of the process. It's part of the game. Oh, a little bit of spit there. That was dangerous, baby. You don't have to choose. Like, if you want to go through the whole process having 2, this is a part of Ready to Love. We know this happens on Ready to Love, right? So I was never gonna be against her. Bear in mind, Phil has 3, so nobody was gonna get on their case, right? That was Tasia's idea. She wanted to nail it down so they have a choice. Bebe, this is part of the show. If you want to self-eliminate, you can self-eliminate, but he doesn't have to necessarily nail it down as of yet. Okay. Now the conversation is about to get heated. Here it goes. Oh. My internet wants to move mad. Oh. This interneto. It doesn't want to see me be great, guys. This interneto. Hold on. This internet doesn't want me to be great. Let's do this again. Let's try again. I'm going to bring the clip off so you guys can see it, right? Because the part where it gets heated is obviously then Aisha then steps in. Then I agreed with what Aisha was saying. I heard what she was saying. You know, she was basically kind of chiming in that you have to make this choice. You can't be talking about someone else and you yourself are doing the exact same thing. So let me just go here. Alrighty. Here we go. Okay. Let's do this.
You don't know that. You know she make them faces, honey.
Oh, I've gone too far, guys.
Talk to him, but I think he'll.
Oh boy, I'm about to get a copyright. I'm gonna get a copyright if I don't get the right clip up here. It gonna get me copyright up in here. But it was a point where literally she jumped in and said, "You also have two," and it became an argument about this list situation. The list wasn't important. Let's keep it a buck. The list isn't important. What's important is the fact that Zadia was trying to fight from a particular position, right? I get Zadia because she felt like the group were getting onto her. But sis, if you started the conversation by saying you everyone's got to choose, then you then are going to be liable to having that conversation being put back in your face. Right? Now, what I didn't get was the energy for Sidney. I didn't get that, right? I didn't get that. I wasn't sure
I have a list. I have two, and I can have two, and then I'm going to shrink when I need to shrink.
That's same over here.
Okay, no, but I was talking to them though.
Oh, and I'm a.
Now, importantly, yeah, Zadia saying she's gonna shrink when she wants to shrink. You can shrink whenever, baby. Shake a table. You can shrink whenever you want to shrink. Hey, Shawn, whenever you're ready, bro, you can jump on. I'll send you a link. If you want to shrink, you can shrink. You know, if you don't want to shrink, don't have to shrink. Hold on. Right? If you don't want to shrink, don't shrink. But the point is, once you start commenting on Cornelius to start giving a decision as to what he chooses, how are you now going to be talking about someone else when you're doing the exact same thing? That's why Aisha got involved. Right? But obviously, they were on 10 already. Yeah? They were on 10. It felt like, I don't know, there must have been some previous beef that we didn't see. I don't know if it was on that table, but it seems like there was some previous beef before this. Because honestly, right, something ain't working. Something's caused this tension to get to a point where it's got to. The tension is too much for just a bit to be one day, right? Something has happened that day. Something has happened maybe the day before. Maybe it's the whole process. Something has happened to make that energy be so heavy, because it felt like when Aisha was jumping in, it's almost like, we've heard you talk like this before. I'm kind of jumping in now. I'm tired of it. And the way Zadia was reacting is like, this ain't the first time y'all be trying to get on me, so I'm going to make sure everybody's going to feel it. It's like there was more to it than this. You know what I'm saying? Do we think that Zadia has this type of energy? This is her way of doing things. I would say, yeah. I think this is. I mean, when you're an alpha female, when you start describing yourself as alpha female, this tends to happen. Right? Because you're describing yourself as somebody who is able to lead a pack. You know, you kind of say when you're out. And listen, alpha female does not mean that you have to be rude. You know what I'm saying? Alpha female doesn't mean you have to be rude. You know? Someone said she was fast, not doing low carb. Okay. But yeah, it was hot for nothing. And then your heat also was for Sidney, who, blood, to be honest, it didn't need to be there. I don't get it. I'm not even trying to even save Sidney. Do you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, why was your energy for Sidney in the first place? Why was it that hot? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Why was it that hot? Yes, I agree. I agree this comment here. They didn't like her. They don't, and you know what? like I said, I think I saw my first kind of inclination of Zadia's energy being off was also from the Shawn conversation. Her and her Kamil, their energy. I don't like their energies, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like that abrasiveness. You know, those energies were off. And then Sabrina too. Listen, I love Sabrina, okay? But I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. Hopefully I can get it up. I can get the clip up. Wait, let me see if I can get the clip up. Let me see if I can get the clip up for you guys, right? Yeah, I can get the clip up for you guys. Okay. All right, cool.
Oh. Also, I just got here, so I kind of feel like the rubber band is kind of being stretched just a little bit because they are getting to know me. I'm new, so they're just trying to get to know me.
Why are you making faces, Sabrina? Ask again, why are you making faces? Why? Why? Sis is just Sidney also. Listen, what I don't like here is when people start doing stuff like that's unnecessary. All that Sidney said, you know, all that Sidney said was, hey, I'm new here and I think the guys are just trying to get to know me a little bit longer. Now, did she need to say that? I don't think so, right? You know, I don't think she needs to say that, right? But at the end of the day, okay, all she said was, I'm new here and I think the guys are trying to get to know me. That's all. Why are we getting in her face? Why are we making faces? Why are we making faces? You know what I mean? And this is the second time Sabrina has made faces. You know, first time, second time. Made faces. Just saying. All right? And then she's already on our bad list, Sabrina, because of what she did to Shawn. Right? And I've not forgotten that when Tyrone, you know, locked it off, how you tried to convince him not to lock it off. So I'm not forgetting that you're making faces with Shiloh. Please. I'm not forgetting you're making faces with Shiloh. We have not forgotten. So right now, it's not looking good. Am I lying? You know what I mean? Right now, it's not looking good. You know, it wasn't necessary. Was it? It wasn't necessary, was it? Look. Let's watch it a little bit more. Oh, my internet wants to play up. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to do this instead. You know, just to get this to work behind the scenes. Man, but it wasn't necessary, was it really? It wasn't necessary, was it really? It wasn't necessary. You know, sometimes we do stuff and say stuff, bruv. You don't have to say it, bruv. You honestly don't have to say it, like, and you don't have to show it, like, fam. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's too much. It's too much. And then let me get the clip up for you guys so you can have a look at what I'm seeing. Let's have a look. Okay, there we go. Oh, computer, stop playing with me, man. All right, there we go.
My name is Zadia, so let's use that first.
All right, ladies.
Come on, keep it cute.
Okay, I didn't mean it in any disrespectful way.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you know to address me as Zadia, please.
Zadia.
I'll be confused.
No, but she was paid for. Yo, no, Sydney's peaked for that. Sydney said, Zadia. I was like, Sydney, that's not gonna help the situation. Sydney, that's not gonna help the situation. When you do that, that's not gonna help the situation. You know, you know, but you know, like, let's keep it a buck, right? Let's keep it a buck, yeah. There was just like Zadia's energy for her was unnecessary. Like, it was unnecessary, baby. Like, all the girl was saying is, listen, girl, I'm this is, and you know, stuff like this is what we're talking about, right? This is what we're talking about, right? When someone like, okay, Sydney, however you felt, right? However you felt, Sydney is only talking about her situation. Hey guys, look, I just think that, you know, for me, I'm brand new here. It might be different for me. Basically, what they were saying is, you're the new girl here. Shut up. That's what I got from Zadia and Sabrina, right? Sabrina with the passiveness, but Zadia came through with the full on aggression. Like it was like Zadia, it's like, you're the new girl. Shut up. Like you don't get to talk. You don't get to say here. You're the new girl. Shut up. Shut up. You're the new girl. Like, it's like, that's what it was like. You know what I mean? That's what it was like, yeah. And then and then you get the whole you know, Zadia dropping her head to the ground and da 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 da, and then man. I was like, yo, cuz, like, what? Oh man, it was surreal, bruv. So I don't know if it will play again because I think my computer wants to move mad. So
I was like, girl, you.
Okay, it is gonna work. So hold on, let me just nah. Let me watch it again. It's actually hilarious. Hold on.
Hey, my name is Zadia, so let's use that first.
All right, ladies.
Come on,
Okay,
keep it cute.
I didn't mean it in any disrespectful way.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you know to address me as Zadia, please.
Zadia, but I'd be confused.
Nah, the way she said it, Zadia. I'm rolling. She said, Zadia. Yo, oh, I'm sorry, man. That is too funny, man. It was Zadia. When someone's really pissing you off, this is what you have to do to them. Let me see if I can do one more time. Wait, hold on.
Hey, my name is Zadia, so let's use that first.
All right, ladies.
Come on, keep it cute.
Okay, I didn't mean it in any disrespectful way.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you know to address me as Zadia, please.
Zadia, but I'd be confused.
I don't know why I find it so funny. Zadia! You're going to address me by my name. Zadia! Yo, next time someone says that to me, I'm going to be like, Zadia! Kojo! Yo, oh, man. Woo! Yeah. You know, because... You know, like it's because you know sometimes people are, you know, sometimes people come at you, innit? Sometimes people come at you, and you don't, you know, it's not nice when people come at you. You know, sometimes, especially when they come at you for that. It wasn't a big deal for the person to come at you the way that Zadia came for her. So the fact that she just kind of gave her the shoulder, the Floyd Mayweather shoulder, and just was like Zadia. I said, no, you know, and the pitch also went up a little bit higher as well. Yeah, man, it was, yeah. Keep it cute, keep it classy, keep it cute, keep it classy. You know what I mean? So, yeah, no, there was obviously that situation. I mean, it was, yeah, but I think a little bit later on they had a conversation. They said, oh, hold on, let me do this. It would. Hey, computer, stop freezing. I don't need a copyright issue. Let me play it a little bit further on. I think when they have a discussion.
Gotta be that
What are
way.
you talking about?
We're just gonna be clear that we don't always have to go to 100.
No, Aisha, I felt like you were personally talking to me about shrinking. I have completely shrunk.
Now, okay, this is obviously a really real situation now. So Zadia is obviously explaining that, hey, look, I don't know why to say it. But yeah, Zadia's really saying that, hey, look, you know what? You know, the situation at hand at the moment, I am feeling a certain type of way, right? Because I feel like everybody was getting onto me. But Zadia didn't realize she engineered her own downfall, because it was Zadia who spoke about this, right? You know, Zadia is the one that unnecessarily spoke about this. She's the one that asked for someone to make a choice. And then they're asking you the exact same thing, and then you suddenly don't realize. Do you know what I'm saying? So I mean, look. You know, I want to say this again. You know, you know exactly, Dominique. This is the point. The fact that Zadia thought it was personal is where it went wrong, because Zadia's not the only one with two. Aisha even said at the very beginning when she said, you've got two, she said, I've got two. And still Zadia was trying to fight. And that tells you enough about somebody, that they, as soon as they hear something, they feel like it's about them. And they become a dog on heat. Like, they want to, I say dog on heat, that's the wrong thing. They become somebody who wants to fight all the time. And it's like, no, baby. Like, that was not what it was. That's not, you know, that's not what it was. Like, honestly, that is not how, you know, that's not how it went. Like, do you know what I'm saying? So, you know, babe, like, Zadia, I appreciate you. In fact, let me show you. Zadia was on I saw Zadia's Instagram. I don't know if anybody saw it. Let me show you. I was on Zadia's Instagram, and she posted up a video. So hey, it's in the open now. So when you put a post up a video, I'm gonna use it. It's evidence. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna put a video up on there, I'm gonna use it. You know what I'm saying? So hey. You know what I'm saying? So hey. All right, cool. Let's do that. You know, I'm just gonna just put it on because you put up a video. I wanna just. It's a very short video, guys. A very short video, and I keep saying it, guys. Look, on these shows, don't get it twisted. They're gonna edit you to look mad, but there is always an aspect of your behavior that is real. Right? There's always an aspect of your behavior that the camera caught that was real. Okay? All right? So let's have a little look. I'll just show you what we were seeing here. Hold on. Okay? This is the video she put up on her Insta. So it's fair game. It's on Insta.
You don't find that suspicious? 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 You don't find that suspicious?
Now, can I be honest? Okay, I want to say this. Okay, I mean, I wasn't rocking with her attitude before this point. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I didn't like it with the conversation with Naeem. I didn't like her attitude, the way she treated Shawn. I wasn't feeling her attitude. So this is not new, baby. This is not new. I don't find it suspicious. Okay, I don't find it suspicious, and I don't find it suspicious. Okay, all right. So for me personally, I think you were giving us, you know, what you have within yourself, right? Your energy's off at points, Zadia. Do you know what? It's interesting. Okay, I think I spoke about this with a couple of people behind the scenes, right? And we were talking about, for instance, my lives that we've been doing recently, right? And I was saying that, something that I learned the week before was that men and women communicate differently, okay? Men and women communicate differently. The moment women communicate in the form and style of men towards women, it goes wrong, right? When women are dealing with men, if they go back and forth like a man in a debate, I think people can rock with it because it's a debate or whatever. But when you're in a scenario like where the girls are talking and Zadia then goes very direct and comes at you, it comes off aggressive. It comes off like the person is not, that the person kind of thinks they're better than everybody else, you know, and the energy comes off as being very masculine. And I realized that when men communicate with men, we are very direct. And oftentimes, not always, when women are dealing with women, it's very around the way. Like we normally have stories that get around to it. We have it nice and fluffed up in the way they communicate, right? So when you're very direct, right? Someone said catch his hands. When you come off very direct, especially in this scenario, especially when it wasn't really, you know, it wasn't really aimed at her per se, you know, it can come off some way. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it can come off some way. So as for me, you know, I'm looking at it and I'm going, Zadia, you know, this is part of the alpha female perspective that you're gonna come off this way. You know, every and someone's put it there. Sabrina Harris put it there. Beautifully put. Look, every season they say the exact same thing, right? Production edited me wrong. Production edited me wrong. Production got me wrong. Production got me into a place where I said things I didn't want to say. But the trouble is this. You did say it. And you did do it. Right? You did say it. You did do it. And the truth of the matter is sometimes, you know, sometimes what can happen is that the camera, the time that the camera takes to capture your real you, you know, what you'll realize is that it didn't catch you at first because you weren't behaving like that. But later on, it comes out because that's the true you. You know what I mean? Like, people are very consistent. You know what I mean? people are very consistent in the way that they deal with things, right? If you most times you can be, of course, they can catch you off pocket, but they're not gonna catch you. They're gonna catch you more than once. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna catch you more than once. They're gonna catch you twice. They're gonna catch you 3 times doing it, right? And listen, yeah, absolutely right, Grace. They're gonna show you out of context. Absolutely right. They're gonna show you out of context. But this is now the third context. Like, Zadia's energy has been off with the Naeem situation. It was off with Shawn, and it's off here, right? Not only that, the casting special talking about book some time in with me. I already knew this was gonna go one way, right? It was only going to go one way. And this is what we're kind of saying about men and women. People make instant decisions about people, right? It shows instant. Here's the biggest thing. So let me put it this way. I've said this before so many times before, right? I've said this so many times before on this before. The truth is, this is not every aspect of Zadia, right? What they showed on the screen is not Zadia every second of every day, right? It's not. But to pretend as if it's not you is where you're going to miss it and not have accountability, right? How is it that every single season someone comes out and says, that's not my character? It is you. If you get me on screen, I'm going to guarantee you, right? You're going to catch me in a certain moment. You're going to catch me probably being too debatable, right? And it's going to come off aggressive. It might come off rude. It might come off like I don't really listen. Because I know these are the aspects of me, okay, that aren't great. Okay? Those are the aspects I know are not great. You're going to catch me on screen and I might not say anything at all. And it'll look like Coach doesn't speak. Do you know why? Because I listen too much sometimes. So you're going to catch that on screen. You're going to be like, Coach is really quiet. They may catch that on screen, but it's me. It is me. Now, I may come out and say, okay, I'm not as quiet as that. I'm actually a bit more, but do you know what? In certain scenarios, I'm quiet as that. The problem is people are not self-aware. Okay? So what they do is they present only the good side. No, you have a dark side. Okay, and that's what's being shown on the screen, the dark side, right? The dark side, right? Now, of course, they don't show everybody's dark side. They you know what I mean? They haven't shown everybody's dark side. Now, that could be because not everyone has been able to show it, or 2, they might have been hiding certain things, right? The production might not have wanted to bring it out, right? You know, exactly. Exactly, right? And we saw this with Naya. Listen, I love Naya. Okay, I've spoken to her behind the scenes. Great energy, great love, and stuff like that. I got no problems with her. But when we're dealing with what we're seeing on the screen, let's be real. You come out onto the screen. Listen, and here's the thing: if you come on the screen and you pretend, or you lie, or you say I'm acting, so I was pretending. Well, what do you think is going to happen when we get it? We gonna get it, right? So this is why the Bible says, listen, there's life and death in the tongue. You gotta be very careful what you say. You know, you gotta be very careful what you say. So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying Zadia's bad. I'm just saying that this is an aspect of Zadia that I think sis has always been there. You know. How you handle frustration, how you handle a heated battle. Look, when you go into a job, many of you guys know this, you do what we call situational tests, right? They ask you questions about situations. They say, hey, hey, look, how would you behave if you were in a situation where you had to deal with X, Y, and Z? Right? I would use the X, Y, and Z. Right? And when you do X, Y, and Z, right? Here is what you got the choice of. How would you behave? Because the job wants to find out your personality and the way you handle certain situations. Now, someone might say, well, to be honest, they prodded me and they poked me, and unless this is a really like, oh my gosh, everybody was poking on Prodigy for the last 10 hours and you know what, it finally exploded, then I get it, right? But even the way you explode, right? Whenever I get to my anger point, right? The most you're going to get out of me is an F. I'm going to say, listen, you can F right off, right? You can F right off and go to hell where you're going to, right? That's the most you're going to get from me. Are you going to see me come up in your face? It's not my thing. You will never catch me doing that, right? It's not in me to do that. I don't like to do that. So you're never going to catch that on camera. So whether you prod me or poke me, you ain't getting that from me. The truth of the matter is, when people are put into situations, they are going to get certain reactions from people, of course. But that's you. That's how you handle conflict. That's how you handle those tough situations. And that's what people don't realize. They think, oh no, but I was in a heated situation. That's why. No. That's what will happen when you're in a heated situation. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So you got to know, right? You got to know how you handle certain situations and then stop pretending as if you don't know that's a part of you, right? Let me be very real with you as well. Let me be real with you as well. We can never pretend as if we've never heard it before. We are grown. Most of us here, 25 plus, going on 30, 40, we are grown. Grown. Okay? Grown. Are you telling me that Zadia's never heard, and I'm not just talking about Zadia, I'm talking about anybody else who disagrees with their edit on the show. You've never heard that particular comment. For instance, you've never heard someone say, oh, you're rude. You got a very rude way of saying things, or you got a very harsh way of saying things, right? You would have heard this before. We're not the first person to say it. We really ain't. You would have heard that, right? And this is what I'm trying to say about us as human beings. If you don't learn to be self-reflective, I've already said it, they're going to catch me some different way. I may come across as self-righteous at points in time. I may come across as being rude at some points in time. And I'm going to have to say to you guys, yeah, that was me, guys. I ain't going to lie to you. You know, I did say that. You know, I did say that, and I was like that. And that was me. It was me, and I can't say anything for that. You know what I mean? You know, that's just me, and that's all it is. That's all it is. So it's not Zadia's entire personality. It's not Zadia's entire persona. Okay, what they have done is done a caricature, taken a piece of you, and then they've presented it to us. Is it pretty to do so? But that's what they do on these TV screens. Okay, all right. I can't do anything about that. You know what I'm saying? So you just gotta own it, man. Just gotta own it. You know, just gotta own it. You know what I'm saying? We just gotta own it. Someone said, "Don't forget condescending." All right, Laluva. But yeah, so yeah, that scene was interesting. You know, but I really wanted to talk about more about Cornelius because you know, I'm a man, and you know, I think as a man, you know, we understand. I know I understand, but you know, you go through certain situations, and you see certain things, and you're wondering, hey, like, bro, why are you allowing that to happen? But this scene here, I've showed it to you guys already. Wrong thing, sorry. That's Zadia's page.
That I'm doing something I'm not supposed to be doing.
We finally got on a date.
I know, like, by ourselves.
Now, can I just say something? Have you guys noticed? Zadia really likes Cornelius, and Kamil likes Cornelius, and both these women carry very heavy masculine energy. Both Zadia and Kamil carry very heavy masculine energy. Now, how it comes about is slightly different, but they both carry this heavy masculine energy. That is why Cornelius is attracted to them, because he's carrying more feminine energy. Am I allowed to say that? 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 Look, it's not me trying to downgrade a man, pander to women. I'm not saying that. I like to point out patterns of behavior. Okay? All right? I just like to point it out. Okay? And where I'm talking about masculine behavior here, especially for Cornelius, okay? All right? Is that when it comes to boundaries, okay, he does not exert himself as he should. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. I said to you guys about Courtney, and I said, oh, she's carrying a lot of masculine energy. It comes up like a wall, and it comes up like she's always trying to be assertive, and used incorrectly now, it looks odd. The same thing happens for a man when he doesn't use the masculine energy correctly or use the feminine energy, right? What's going to happen is that when you now present yourself, the women that are carrying more masculine energy are going to be hunting you. Right? Now, I'm not going to say it's the law of attraction. I don't really believe in that, but there's some truth and elemental truth to that there is complementary energy between masculine and feminine. Right? There's complementary energy there between masculine and feminine. Right? And so when he's dealing with the women, because he doesn't so someone asked me a question. Someone asked me a question one day. A good friend of mine asked me a question. As a lady, she asked me. And she said, like, one guy told her she's way too nice. He can't deal with her. She's just too nice. He can't be with her. And she said, what does that mean? And I said, what it means is we can see that if I'm with you, I'll run over you. And for men and women, this is the exact same thing. I'm not trying to make this thing about, trying to... I don't want you to take it as a bad way. It's something of we have to learn. We have to learn. There are systems in the world of how we operate and how we move. And it's not everyone that cartels it. There are enigmas, there are anomalies, of course. But the majority of people move this way. The moment Cornelius is listen, no male that carries more masculine energy in the areas of boundary and protection will ever say that he's going to allow himself to say that I'm going to be careful about what I do because I'm thinking about what she going to say to me. Right? The masculine energy is used to formulate boundaries. Okay? So when a man is talking to a woman, the woman is instinctively assessing him to find out what level of masculinity does he carry, if she carries enough feminine energy. If she's carrying a lot of masculine energy, she's also going to be drawn to a man that's going to carry feminine energy, because if she leads with that, it's whatever you're leading with and what you often rest in. When you rest in a particular energy, you're going to attract something else that's the complementary energy, because both can't fit in the same. And I said it last time on the live. Didn't I say it last time, right? How many people do you see the same sex couples that they're two feminine women? You don't see it often. It's very rare. It's very rare. You see a masculine woman and a masculine woman coming together, or a masculine man and a feminine man coming together in terms of what energy they rest in. Right? So again, I'm not saying that, he's a bad guy, that he can't get women or whatever. No, he can. But the reason why he keeps attracting these women like Kamil and the way attracting people like Kamil and Zadia is because they can see that he's the right type of person to lead. I'm gonna say it again. Because the masculine energy is really interested in leading. Because I can't protect you from behind you. I can protect you when I'm in front of you. I can cover you. I can't cover you if you're in front of me. I can cover you when I'm in front of you. Just like the rib cages are in front of the heart, not behind the heart. The rib cage is in front of the heart, not behind the heart. So now when I'm dealing with you, okay, right? When I'm dealing with you, okay, I have to be able to show you that I can lead. That's why Courtney, Zadia, and Kamil all used their masculine energy when they dealt with Cornelius, because they were trying to lead. And in the leadership of this thing, it will look like control. So now when a man is in that position, like Cornelius is, all right, it looks so sad. Let's keep it a buck. It looks so sad, right? This isn't about money now. This isn't about finances. This isn't about that. This is simply just about what energy you're resting in. Hear me. Right? And listen, I know. Look, we all have to retrain ourselves. So I can tell you a secret, guys. Okay? I can tell you a secret. I've been single this year on purpose. I had a conversation with God. I started to focus on my craft. I need to focus on my work. There's also something underneath that I didn't really say. I'm also focusing on how to be more masculine. You know why? Because there's a lot of feminine energy I was carrying. A lot. The way I moan, the way I whine, the way I complain, the way I go about things, you know, the way I don't like to lead, the way I just like to be laissez-faire, you know, the way I just like to just chill, you know, like. But if you get onto me, I'm gonna get onto you. Like, if I'm that kind of person, right? But I let things pile on. Do you understand, right? I let things pile on. When you're dealing in your masculinity, you also, I care too much about people and their feelings. And this is not to say you shouldn't care as a man. No. I want you to hear me very, very clearly what I'm going to say, because this is for the men out there and it's also for the ladies. But I want to be very clear. When you can't challenge, so many of you have obviously seen me on these lives. You guys, if you've watched me for the last 2 years, you'd have seen the evolution. When I first started doing interviews, I wouldn't challenge people. I'll be like, I gotta hear you out. I gotta see what you're saying. I gotta hear what each point is. And that was be me saying I'm really trying to be open. And I am. Don't get twisted. I am. But it's also because I was scared. I didn't know how to challenge people. If I didn't agree, I didn't know how to challenge. I felt scared. If I'd say something, I might offend them. Let's keep it a buck. You know, I'll never lie to you on this channel. If I'm going to say, I'm going to say it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to say it. Right? So if you watch my very first interview from Ready to Love, when I dealt with Denise, even when I was challenging Denise, it wasn't really a challenge. It was more like, but Denise, what about this? What about that? Right? I didn't like to do it. I was scared. I don't want to offend you. But when you're dealing with your masculine energy and your feminine energy, you have to assert yourself, and you have to find a balance of how to assert yourself without thinking I'm trying to hurt the other person. Sometimes you just need to say something and assert yourself. This whole, I'm scared if I say something, they're going to break. Nobody's going to break. Say it. Say it. If you don't, when you get into a situation, you got two things that happen. Either someone tries to run your head, or two, right? What happens is you pile on and then you explode and you cuss people out. Right? You cuss people out. Someone said, do I see my traits in Cornelius? Of course. Right? So what you'll realize is, right, that if you're a masculine male, you have to be direct. And that doesn't mean be rude. It means I have to assert myself correctly in a formal manner. If I don't, the feminine energy can't feel safe. You know, I've been talking about this for the past year or two, practicing it, putting it into practice. You know, listen, if you guys have watched me for the last 2-3 years, in the comment section, that was another issue I had, right? Comment section. In the comment section, right? In the comment section beforehand, I used to really fight people. Because because I like to be right and I like a debate. But two, the other issue was, as soon as someone says something, I start feeling some type of way. I'm like, I get in my emotions, blood. No, how can they say that? Then I'm in the comment section. Brah, 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 brah. And it's like, listen. I'm not saying that you're not going to feel some type of way, man. Man, them are going to feel some type of way, of course. But you need to emotionally regulate yourself. It's not everything when the woman says something, you say something. Sometimes you just look at them and you go. And the reason why I say that is because when your parents are showing you who is a leader in the interaction between you and them, they need only to give you a look. Why do they need to give you a look? Right? Why do they need to give you that look? They give you that look because they know, okay, they already know, oh my gosh, you know what's about to come next, right? So when you're a man and you're carrying masculine energy, okay, you need to emotionally regulate yourself. It cannot be that as soon as I feel offended by you, I'm instantly in rah, 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 rah. I can't do that, right? I have to be able to say, do you know what? Right now, maybe it gets you, maybe it is affecting you, but you're saying, listen, right now, I can't have a conversation with you right now. So I'm going to leave it for now and I'm going to come back to this conversation. You give yourself some time to rest and you come back proper, right? If you start going, and I've said this before, if you start getting into the emotional aspect, and it's not, emotions are not bad. I'm just talking about the fact that you can't, if the woman's been irate and you're irate, do you know what I'm saying? Right? So, what you have to learn as a man and the masculine energy is to be able to challenge appropriately and also be able to contain certain things. So if you go argue, I'm going to be like, okay, I heard you, but I'm going to come back. I can't deal with this right now. I don't have the time to do it. And because I don't have the time to do it, I'm going to feel some type of way about it. And maybe I'm going to do all of this. No, I'm going to go away and I'm going to come back. Right? So I had to take that time, and listen, I'm still in that journey. I'm not even gonna bust it like man's learned the thing. I've not got all the way there. I'm learning it, right? I'm learning it, and as I'm learning it, I realize even the type of women I'm looking at now completely changed. And I always say this: when you look from a place of healing, you look at things completely different to when you are broken. You look at things differently to when you are broken. And that growth is important. So yes, you may have seen me on the channel more times trying to hold people accountable because that is what we should be doing. But I was scared to do it. I was like, I don't want to do it. Like if I do it, then I'm going to be like hurting people. No. Hey, bro, I don't agree with that. Come on, pull that up. Where's the evidence for that? Let's bring it up. Right? And that's it. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's all about that growth. And what I'm seeing from Cornelius now, right? Cornelius is a great guy. He's amazing. Okay? He's a very nice guy. Okay? But what makes the difference between nice men and good guys is that masculine piece. Because the nice guy has a tendency to suppress what he feels, release later on. Look, Cornelius is in a situation with Kamil. He would never like Kamil if he was resting in his masculinity. He'd run away. Because as soon as you felt that person trying to control you, you're talking to me like an idiot. At the poolside, calling me a country bumpkin ting. And I didn't need Cornelius to do anything. I just needed Cornelius to say, it's not for me. Nah, it's not for me. That kind of level of disrespect, it's not for me. Right? So, it's it's so important for Cornelius to find that masculine piece. Again, I'm not saying he's not a man. I want the men to be very, very careful. I want the man them to be very, very careful about what I'm saying, and ladies too. I'm not saying that you can't show emotion, you can't talk your talk. I'm not saying, you let women do whatever. What I'm saying to you is, that as Cornelius is dealing with these issues, the way he's dealing with it is showing us that he's not resting in the masculinity that he has. And when you don't have that, you find yourself in these situations. Let me talk to somebody here for real, right? Red Pill, Manosphere, there are a lot of feminine women there. I'm going to say it straight for you. Yeah? Let me say this. Red Pill, Manosphere, Kevin Samuels people, them. What I realize is a lot of them are feminine. A lot of them. They're going to probably come after me now after I said this, but hey ho, what it is, right? A lot of them are feminine. I'll tell you why they're feminine. They whinge and they moan and they cry and they don't do actions. They whinge, they cry, they moan, and they don't do something about it. Right? The system that we have in this world, okay, right, that we have when it comes to dating specifically, okay, there are simple rules. Simple rules. As a man, because we often think in a logical sense, the rules should be simple. Let me say it again. The rules of the game of life, especially when it comes to dating, are very simple. Right? And if you understand the game, when you're resting in your masculinity, you play the game. You understand it. You can't change the game. You just understand it. Right? You just understand it. Right? As a man, and someone said here, I hate the verb. I understand. I do get that, right? But as men, you can't spend your time moaning, crying, and whinging, right? You can't. As a man in this world, the way it's made, you can't spend your time whinging and moaning, okay? There's a time in the season for it, but you've got to spend most of your time actually getting on to doing actions. This is partly where Manosphere does get it kind of right, because they will encourage men, go out there, get educated, go out there, learn, earn money, etc., etc. The part where they miss is that they encourage people sometimes to manipulate, to lie, to treat women like dogs. That's not masculinity. At that point, we've gone past the part, right? So there are some things we can take and some things we can throw out, right? But as a masculine man, if you spend most of your time whinging, moaning, crying, saying, why don't women treat me correctly? You're not looking at the real reason why they're treating you the way they're treating you. It's not just because they're modern women. It's because of you. You are the problem. We don't look at ourselves and go, what's my issue? Now, I'm not trying to pander. I want people to understand this. I'm a man, and when I deal with, when we talk about us as men, we're supposed to be solution orientated. We're supposed to be men that drive things. I'm not saying there aren't women out there that are a bit crazy, a bit mad. I'm not saying they're not there. What I'm saying is, if we spend most of our time crying and whinging, when the system actually benefits us, you're going to miss it. You're going to miss it. Now, you spend your time, learn what you need to learn, get the thing, get out there. Right? You know what I'm saying? For instance, when I was talking to you guys about, that if you meet a woman that's more masculine than you, right? Now, the man that's more... when you spend your time moaning and whinging, oh, every woman is masculine. And it's like, okay, well, bro, we can discuss that and we can have that portion, yeah? What are you going to do in the meantime? Actions. That's what we have to do as men. That's why I said I took the time out. And so you guys will never hear me talk about something I don't exercise. I can't do it. I can't do it, right? So, for instance, when we spoke about... I was on a live with... This is Marriage UK. We spoke about this is Marriage UK some months back, right? And what we spoke about was a case where the woman said, there was a woman, I can't remember her name, very, very amazing woman, and her husband. And basically the woman said she retired her husband. And I said, no woman can come to me and tell me she retired me. It's not going to happen. Okay? Yeah? It's not going to happen. And the fact that you said that is even emasculating to me, right? But if your husband can deal with that, fine. I'm not beefing that. Now, what I said was this. I said, I can't encourage in good faith, knowing the system that exists in the game, I cannot, in good conscience, say women should date broke men. Someone's going to say I'm Derek Jackson. I'm not. I want you to understand what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm going to say to you. Listen to what I'm saying. This is not a Derek Jackson moment. Listen to what I'm saying, because there's an other side to this. I can never say in good faith and conscience, right, that women who are already built in the financial area, I'm going to make it specific now, women that are already ahead in the race when it comes to the traits that work in the game. Because this game of dating, the two aspects that win are beauty and finance, right? Those are two main things, and there are other things. There are other things underneath it, right? There are other things underneath it, right? Okay, cool. Here's what I'm gonna say. Okay, cool. So, because the game is about finance and beauty, right? Or we should say, masculine and feminine. Oftentimes, when we're talking about, making money and women obviously resting their femininity doing traditional roles. Let's call it that, right? Okay, cool. If I was to say that women should date men that financially are broke and I say broke, quote unquote broke, let me change that word. If I should say women should date men that financially are not on their level and there's a big gap, I am actually ruining the game. I know. But I see things. So this is another thing. If I'm on Ready to Love, they're going to say Coach is very black and white. I'm very black and white. I understand there's nuances. But this game is a very simple game. Okay? Here's another thing I'm going to say. It's going to be wild. We had a men's talk, and I said to the men, I'm also not dating because I'm getting my money up because it would help in terms of the woman that I choose later on. I said, I personally, I'm not going to bow out the game just yet because my financial level is changing. My status is changing. And so the kind of woman I'm going to get is going to change. That is the rules of the game. For the women, okay, why would I can't ask the women to date down because their natural, this is by the way, this is also what Red Pill agree with. This is what Kevin Samuels also agrees with, which is why it's confusing, because this is what they also preach. Now, I believe it to be true. I don't get this from them. This is from my own understanding and observations. But if you're asking a woman to date down, and I mean, I'm talking about a drastic gap. I'm not talking a small amount of money. I'm not talking about a small amount of status. I'm not talking about a small amount of this and that. Women date hypergamously. Or hypergamously. Hypergamously? I think it's hypergamously, right? They date up. This is not just me. They agree with this. They date up. Okay? So if you then ask a woman who has status, power, and wealth above you, and she should date someone, and I'm talking about a big gap here. By the way, it's a big gap we're talking about. And to go down, we are actually trying to ruin the game. The game is exactly as it is. The game is set up in this way. Women are hypergamma. Hey, you know what? English is fluent. Y'all know what I'm talking about. They date with hypergamously, whatever, hypergamy. Yeah? Sorry, thank you, help me. Hypergamos. Okay? They date with hypergamy. Let me just say that so I don't ruin myself, right? Because they date that way, okay, they're always going to look up. So now you as a man, okay, due to how the game works, by the way, the game is nature, okay? We can't change that. It is in our nature. It's in our DNA. Now, there are aspects to that. Some people will play it more than others. Some people will not. I get that, all right? But the truth of the matter is, women will date up. They want a man that they can look up to, right? Let's keep it a buck. So now what happens is, when men are now telling women to date down, you are ruining the game. The very game that actually means that if you as a man start to put actions into place, financially increase, you increase your status, you increase your the power that you wield in society, right? In the correct manner, you have a greater scope of choice to choose from. The men, we've made this, we understand the game, so why would I then ruin the game? Do you see what I'm saying? We're ruining the game. So, unfortunately, because also what's happening is men are also, we haven't what we're starting to see. I'm not saying that women are more, but I'm saying if you look at because women date with hypergamy in mind, there needs to be more men at the very top, because when women go up, the pool of men is very small. And if the men don't increase above the women, and women date with hypergamy in mind, there are going to be issues. You're going to be single. That's also the downside of the game. The downside of the game is that when women begin to increase financially, status and wealth and power and all those things, all that's going to happen is, if the men don't match your speed in terms of being more men at the top who are also succeeding, right? All that happens is you've got a whole bunch of women. My sound went off. Sorry about that. Look, so let's keep it a buck now. So the issue isn't necessarily that women are more masculine, although that's part of it. I agree. There is more masculine women because they're in the workforce now. But the truth of the matter is, it's not just that. It's because we, have not increased at the same speed as the women. Right? Especially within the black community, due to what we've experienced, our speed of men who've also reached the top has not been as astronomical as the women. It doesn't mean that we haven't got men there. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean that there are not a lot of men up there. It doesn't mean that our black men, are not plentiful there. They're just not enough compared to the women that came. Right? So what you're seeing now is that we've got an influx of women that are coming, who are leveling up, but we're not there in our droves, because the speed that they came, we couldn't keep up. Because remember, we basically just, when women were able to work in the capacity they can now, we literally open up the floodgates. Women came in with speed. Unfortunately, the speed and the determination that they came up with, we as men haven't been able to respond, because we've always been able to work. And it's almost like, and I'll give you an example. It is like it's like if you've ever met someone from a third world country, Africa, Europe, Eastern Europe, the Caribbean or whatever, when they come over to your first world country that's developed, most times the person coming from another country, the way they work, you can't match it. The way they work, it's like, yo, what's motivating you? What's motivating you? You're at speed now. Pa, 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 pa. Why are you so intense? Right? You're asking your colleague, bruv, why you got through 5 boxes and I've only got through 3? What's driving you? They've got a different feeling. The way where they've come from, they cannot rest on the way you're resting, because where they're coming from, the lion has chased them. They were the antelope, and they were coming from a country where they were running. So what we're seeing with women is, and it will slow down. Eventually, it will slow down. I had to take some time out to really kind of deep it. The hunger that women have. The hunger that women have right now is not comparable to us. Give it 2 or 3 more generations. Maybe not even 2 or 3, maybe 1 or 2 more generations. We will begin to even out, right? Because women will now realize it's no longer a privilege to work, that they can just work now. It's just normal. Women work alongside us working, right? It will happen. Yeah? It will begin to even out. And then we'll have to start the whole process again of now beginning to work and figure out where we are. So now I kind of obviously jumped a little bit, because I was talking about masculine versus feminine energy, right? Someone said I tend to date up. You say I agree with Coach. I've realized something. I'm at a high level versus my contemporaries, and I tend to date up. Does that make me hypergamous? Am I wrong for doing so? You're not wrong for doing that, bro. You're not wrong for doing that. There are some women that are also willing to date down, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. There are some women that are willing to date down. That, do you know what I mean? Like it's not a beef. It's just me providing an observation of what I particularly have seen about the situation, right? That it goes beyond just masculine and feminine women. Now we can really deal with masculine and feminine energy, because we now have an understanding of where the women are coming from and where the men are coming from, right? So I know, and so this is also to the ladies right now, right? This is also to the ladies. I know some of you think that us men, and don't get twisted, there are some men out there. You may think that the men are also being lazy. No, you just have a different drive and hustle because you've come from a place, right, where we can't keep up that speed, right? And remember, because women often, and it's not every woman, women date with hypergamy in mind, okay, all right? What you'll realize is, okay, the men that you're needing to get to that place haven't got there yet, right? They haven't got there yet because we don't have the same drive you do. So whilst you're seeing the men and saying they're lazy in this generation, they're not lazy. They just don't work as hard as you do because they don't have that. They really feel they don't feel it's a privilege. You do. Women know when they go into work, right? They have to work 10 times harder, right? As a black man, I know I have to work 5 times harder, but 5 times, 10 times, it's not different. It's a major difference. 5 times 10 is different, right? Because we understand that we're entitled, even if we're black males, we're entitled because of what we've experienced in our society, right? We've always been working. So it's not that big a deal. Until women get into the space and they're like, no, listen, I've got to work hard because I've got to prove myself not only as a woman, but also as a black woman. You know what I'm saying? I've got to prove myself as a woman and as a black woman. So her drive to be great is double what mine is. So when we haven't got there, yeah, it will look like we're being lazy, right? And I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the lazy. There are lazy men, but they've always been lazy. That's got nothing to do with these people. Sometimes we get labeled lazy for not matching your speed. You're running a race with Usain Bolt, and I run 9.89, and you run 9.69, and you're calling me lazy. We're not lazy. The majority of men are not lazy. We just can't match your speed. And because you date up, I'm excluded from your position. I'm excluded from your position, right? You're making 100K, and you're looking at my 50K. Right, you're looking at my 50K and going, I can't date down, and that's fair enough. You can't, and you can't because you date up. The same way men will not also allow them. When they're dating hypergamously, we date through beauty. If we're gonna say dating up or whatever, us men, we date through beauty, right? This is what I've observed anyway, right? So it's crazy. Like when I look at this stuff, and I said, I've got off my mind again. Let me go back to what I was talking about. So for the men, okay, we're gonna catch up. We are gonna catch up. And when I say catch up, I'm talking about the top 10%. I'm not talking about the whole of the community, right? Because if women get to the top, we're talking about them specific type of men who earn amount of money. They're going to get there in bigger droves than what we see now. Okay, so that there's a bigger pool for men to date down and for women to date up, right? Okay, so now someone said, what's a considerable wage gap? I don't know. I mean, I can only say it's really depend on you, but I mean, I think we can use some common sense and say there's a gap that's too big sometimes. You know what I mean, right? That's what I'm gonna say. So and again, I'm specifically talking about the black community because our challenges are different to the white community. They are in power. We're not. So we're already in a different environment. We can't actually we can't necessarily compare ourselves to those who are the ones who are oppressing us. You know what I mean? Like, they will have different things. We can strive to be there, you know, but we're not there yet, right? So back to my masculine and feminine energy situation, okay? So I've dealt with the financial issue situation and dating up and dating down, all right? Men will date down in terms of your status and your wealth, but they don't compromise on beauty, right? They don't compromise on beauty. Now, specifically dealing with the masculine and feminine energy that we're talking about here, okay, all right? Specifically dealing with that. In order for this to work between relationships, right? In order for this to work in relationships, as a man, you have to have a handle on who you are, right? As a man, you have to have a handle on who you are. Once you know who you are, you cut your cake according to size, right? A lot of us men are trying to figure out where we are, but we're trying to figure out where we are. When we finally settle there, you realize we don't compromise on a lot. We won't compromise a lot. We will, as soon as a man knows where he's at and what he's about, he stops compromising and says, "This is what I'm going for. Nothing else to it." So when I'm talking about Cornelius, I know we went kind of left, and we're going to come back to the Cornelius situation, right? When Cornelius is dealing with the woman that he's dealing with, because he doesn't know how to assert himself, he finds himself in situations where women who know how to assert themselves go towards him, right? And that's the problem. If he now learns how to assert himself, he alienates the women that don't know how, okay? That he alienates the women that try to assert themselves. Because when Courtney was dealing with him, did he push Courtney away? No, Courtney was one that's asserting herself. When it came to Kamil, same thing. Zadia now also looking at him, this is what it looks like, right? So, yes, he needs to have to learn how to deal with his masculine energy, because if he doesn't, he can find himself in positions where he's being directed and guided and led. But we need the men to lead through your masculine energy of knowing who you are, knowing how to protect, serve, provide. Once you get that, you move. Now, someone asked about dating down. Men date down. And when I say date down, in a sense of the fact that we won't compromise on beauty, okay, but we will compromise on financial status and wealth and that, because for us, the most important thing, unfortunately, at the beginning, is how you look. Not saying that anything else isn't important. I'm not saying that other things aren't important. I'm saying that, remember, women date up. We don't date up as well, right? So we look for a woman and we look, see what's her look saying, and we try to shoot above ourselves. That's why men will try to shoot for gal that are in a different stratosphere. That's why a man will go, okay, she might not even have the best she might not even have the best attitude, but she's fire and she's out of my league. He gonna try and chase it. You know, he gonna try and chase it. All right, he gonna try and chase it. All right. So, I'm saying all of this. I'm saying all of this because when this truth comes out, it's a very painful truth for both parties, men and women sometimes, right? Because as a man, sometimes it can look very robotic. It's like, wait, so you mean women are not going to respect me? Like, no, what I'm saying is, if you're talking about the sexual market, you're talking about the dating market, you're talking about the general consensus, and you're talking about having a larger party in terms of who you can access, you have to understand how the game works. Right? That is why school is one of the first lessons you learn, okay, all right, about how this thing works, right, when it comes to dating pool, right? I see TT disagrees with me. I understand. Listen, TT, I get it. I do get it. I understand. Listen, I get it. I get it, right? But I'm not talking about every man. This is the point. This is why we miss it, because we're trying to make it across the span for every single guy. There are nuances and there are anomalies. I said this from the beginning. It is not everybody who plays the game. The general consensus, who you have to be concerned about. The minority do not run stuff. The majority do. And whatever they say goes, goes. That's how society works. I can't change that. And that's the game. You're playing snakes and ladders and complaining about the fact that a 6 means a 6. I can't change that. That's the rules of the game. And once you understand the rules of the game, then you understand that this is how it works. And someone said men are not supposed to want to date up financially. And the reason why this men is not meant to exist is because of ego. Ego and pride will never allow a man to want to date a woman up. And here's why. I'll tell you why. Because not just finances, the era of provision, okay, concerns the masculine energy. And when you begin to move in that area, what happens is the man can feel displaced from being a man. Because as much as we want to as much as we don't want to box things in, okay, because men want to be providers, because men want to be able to live in their masculinity, because we are searching for our area, our place in life as being a man. When a woman earns more than us, it begins to tickle the heart, because we understand how money, and it's not necessarily money, it can be resources, because it's not always money. It's not always money, because money hasn't always existed. It's something that's quite new. If it was resources, to have cows, to have goats, to have this would then begin to be your currency. And that era of provision, being able to provide for your family, if the woman has more than you, what can happen to the man, for a lot of men, is that the pride and the ego starts to get etched, because you're touching on our place of where we're supposed to be. And now I'm not sure how to behave, so I reject you. Right? What I find annoying about this kind of conversation is that whenever we're dealing with this, no one really talks about it, because it's like, why are we not talking about it? The change that we've seen in the last few years is that women have been allowed to access resources. Do you know that I think it's an early 18 or 1900s in the UK anyway, women didn't have their last name, right? So they couldn't also access things like property. They couldn't own it, right? They couldn't own it, because it would belong to the name of the man, and that would then pass down to hopefully the kids. That's the only way. The only way she would get it is if obviously if he dies and there's no male man, then it would go to the woman. But they couldn't own stuff. That should tell you that when women now can move into an area of resources, it changes the whole game. Men are thrown off because the game has completely changed for however long we've had it. Right? So now women are able to access resources. Now it's confusing for us. We're not sure. And this is why, and that's why it becomes a gaslight when we try to make it other issues. The real issue is women are doing what we can do, and we're not sure how to handle it. Let's keep it a buck. We're not sure how to handle it. This is not me cussing men. This is me talking about the psychology of what's happening to us. We're not sure. We're not sure. Right? We're not sure. So now the woman, okay, doesn't need us in this area as such. And what happens is, when they feel like they don't need us, that makes us also what? Retreat. When we feel like we're not needed as men, we retreat. We leave you alone. Now, do you see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that men can't date women that earn more than them. I'm saying for a man to date a woman that earns more than him, the woman has to do a lot of work where she doesn't emasculate him. And there are very few men, okay, who already have that contentment in their heart where they feel okay being not the breadwinner. Right? This is it. So there's a difficulty here. And so because of our pride and our ego, we date down. Right? We date down. And here's another thing I'm going to say. And the ladies are not going to like this one. The ladies might not like this one. Okay? All right? The ladies might not like this one. When women get to access resources, let me say it again for the women so they understand. When women can access resources, they also develop pride and ego. I didn't want to say it, but I gotta say it. When the women access resources, they also become prideful and egotistical. This is why men can't date women who earn more than them. Because now both of us have got an ego. And both of us have got pride. And now we're fighting. This is where we are in society. Right? This is where we are in society. And you're right, Chakra. Women have always had pride and ego. But the difference now is they are now on the space where we're at. The pride and ego at one point could be calmed. It can't be calmed now because, listen, if you've ever heard an argument between a man and a woman when they want to hurt each other, right? When they want to hurt each other, a man will cuss a woman's looks. You're clapped, you're ugly, you're butters. A woman will come and cuss either his nuts or his finances. Because these are the areas that we often are what we're judged by, right? So a woman now having the same amount of money that you have no longer is subdued. You can't tame that shrew. You can't tame that shrew. So in order for a woman now to be earning more than you're earning and to see you as a male, as a man, that's work that she's going to have to put in. But that man also has to be confident enough to know that he's okay to be in that position. Can both parties do that? That's the real question. Can both parties do that? So it's a very difficult situation we have at the moment. I'm still waiting for Shawn to come on. Shawn hasn't even come on yet. Shawn, where you at, brother? We're supposed to be talking about married at first. I mean, ready to love. I've gone off track completely, blood. Yeah. So it's tight on both sides, right? It's tight on those sides. Coach want men to be the woman. Nah, I definitely don't. That's the whole point we're trying to talk about. We don't want them to be women. We don't want them to be. We need men to be men. So now the men have to cut their coat according to their size. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So now let's deal with masculine and feminine energy. Let's deal with masculine and feminine energy now. Okay. You guys have kind of clocked it already. We said about someone said stay off track, coach. We've seen Zadia, we've seen Courtney, we've seen Kamil, and we've also seen Cornelius as well. All right, and what we've seen from them is that the interactions are complementary and the way that they deal with each other. Corey, I see you there. I'm gonna bring you on in a second. Let me end my last point, and then we'll get the rest of the people on. This is my last point, guys, and I'm gonna get some people on. And we'll get talking about the show again. Sorry. Sorry, cut my cloth. Yeah, apologies, Tanya. I'll be getting it wrong. I've been misquoting so much. You as a male, what we're seeing with what we see with Cornelius and some of the ladies is that you're gonna be judged by this. What energy you put out. It's literally irrefutable. I mean, not irrefutable. It's pointless arguing with it, right? And this is why I said that men have become more feminine, because they start complaining about the system rather than using the system to benefit them. The system is a game, and the game is about logic. Earn more, develop your character, develop your personality. You're a winner. You have all the women that you want to have. Now, you're not going to have every woman, but you have more access to women. The trouble is, we've got a lot more men crying about it. And then we see things like Cornelius right now, not saying that he's bad. What I'm saying is that he needs to improve his masculinity in the area of boundaries. Otherwise, a woman will never feel safe. Do you know why Kamil, Courtney, and that lead? What did I ask Courtney? I said to Courtney, who has protected you? What did she say to us? Courtney said, I haven't really been protected by anybody. Do you know what happens when people are not protected? They protect themselves. And so what happens is people like Courtney, Kamil, and Zadia, okay, all right, they will then try to lead a man because that gives them control, but that also gives them safety. Because if I'm in control and I'm in the lead, I control how things work. So I do believe there are some women in this world. I do believe there are women in this world that are going to carry a bit more masculine energy. I don't doubt that, because like I said, there are always anomalies and there are going to be people that are going to have different. But the majority of time when we're talking about our society, as my last point I'm making around this thing, is that when we're dealing with this masculine and feminine energy, right? When we're dealing with the women not being protected, all right, they can end up like we're seeing with Courtney, Kamil, and Zadia, where they're trying to lead. Because when you try to lead, what you're saying is, you're now doing the protecting. And it's easier for you to lead because then it's like, then I can be in control and I know exactly what's going to happen. When you have to submit to somebody, you are giving them reins to lead you, and that is scary if you haven't been protected before. Because what you're saying is, I'm giving you now the reins, and at any moment I could be unprotected again. It is very difficult when you've gone through a lot. Right? So if we're talking specifically about our black women, I definitely believe that a lot of black women have been unprotected in their youth. And this is why we're seeing a lot of masculine black women. Now, the other aspect of this is, whilst we now understand that, and now we've put that into the atmosphere, our next thing is what? The next best words you're going to ever hear from me is, go sit on a bench and heal. Go sit on a bench and heal. So that you can avoid the vagabonds of men that are out there too, right? And also so that when you meet the nice guy, or so I say the good guy, you also don't ruin him, right? Because it's nobody's job to be your therapist. You need a therapist, all right? But that's the end of my section of conversation. Maybe we'll have another conversation like this again next time before Christmas, whatever. But we're gonna get into the show now. I've got Corey, I've got Shawn also on as well. I don't know if any more ladies will jump on, but if they do, innit? If you want to jump on, let me know. I'll let you guys jump on. I did tell someone said they wanted the link, and have I not given it to them? I've given it to them. Okay. Let me bring on Shawn, let me bring on Corey. Yo, cause he's
what's going on, bro?
What's going on, bro? Corey, what's up?
Hey, what's good, man?
Yeah, why you shake your head, bro?
Hey, man.
What we saying, bro?
I'm coming on camera. Sorry, guys.
Hey, C-Way. No, that's all right. I understand.
I'm setting my computer up.
No worries, sis. I understand. So we were talking about Ready to Love. My bad. We were talking about Ready to Love, and I got on a tangent. But I was talking about Cornelius' situation with Kamil, innit? Do you know what I mean? I was talking about Cornelius's behavior, which we've all agreed that I think first and foremost, Kamil's behavior is abusive. It was at the poolside, so we're not disputing that. Absolutely. And the other side is that we're now dealing with Cornelius's behavior, because it feels like, I just, when you, let me not interject. Let me let you guys, let me let you ladies and gents kind of give your perspective, because I've spoken enough. So Corey, your mic's already open. What do you think about the Cornelius situation that we have with Kamil and Zadia? What's your kind of thoughts?
My biggest thing when it comes to Zadia, and I know it's supposed to be Zadia. Is that what it's supposed to be? Or is it Zadia?
Is that Kamil and Zadia? Whichever one you want to talk about.
All right.
Yeah.
So when it comes to Zadia and Cornelius, I think that the interaction they had when it came to the women's lounge, Zadia was more so upset at the fact that Cornelius didn't choose her. This is my thought. Cornelius didn't choose her. he chose Kamil. And Zadia is the type of woman who I think we can all agree who is used to being chosen. So because she's used to being chosen, she didn't like that. So that's what started the arguments. That's what started the whole issue. Because the same men that are after her, they also like the other women. They like Aisha. They like Simone. They like I think her name is Sidney, but they like her too. So the attention is coming off of her a little bit. So I'm pretty sure she's used to having more attention. So the fact that Cornelius chose another woman besides her, now she's ready for him to go. She's all for him leaving. So I think that's what it's really about.
I never thought about that. Okay. Well, that's an interesting twist. I never looked at it like that. Okay. I can rock with that, I can rock with that. Okay. Shawn, what are you saying?
Yeah, I think that unfortunately, and you touched on it a lot around Cornelius's approach with the women and feeling like he was locked in with Kamil, but not by his own choosing. Just minimize his options with the women. And I think they were starting to get, specifically Zadia was starting to get upset about it in the sense that she wasn't getting that direct connection and time with him or the energy from him. And I think she, was attracted to him. And based on what you were saying, I think Cornelius is one of the guys that likes a woman to choose him versus he's the one doing the choosing.
Come on, sir.
So that's why he gets women who are more forward and willing to do the choosing. And in a lot of instances, they can carry a little bit more masculine energy because they're comfortable in that space where typically men are the ones that do the approaching. While the women who have mastered that have tapped into an aspect of that masculine side of them and are comfortable doing it. And Courtney and definitely Kamil were very, very comfortable doing that. Zadia, maybe she's like not as strong and forward, like she wanted him to do more choosing with her and he wasn't giving her that energy. So I think that came from, she was just being, felt like he wasn't reciprocating what she was giving out.
I love that. Do you know what's interesting? Now you two have just said that. It made me think about why Sidney, because Sidney encountered Cornelius. She's never said he's ugly. She never said that she's not attracted to him. She's always said it's been a friend vibe. And I'm wondering if he's not interested in her because she seemingly carries more feminine energy and is not willing to put that chase in there. Because, what we see with Zadia and Kamil, maybe. I don't know what your thoughts around that.
Yeah, no, I definitely, you'll see the women, even like a Mumen, right? Where everyone is seeing like, why wouldn't Cornelius be with her? Because they have similar values. They seem like they want the same things. They both don't have children, but Mumen winds up being in these situations with men that don't seem to really match her, but because they are choosing her, because they're giving her energy, even in the date that she had with Dante, you saw, Dante really leading, physically holding her, calming her down, really seeking her out. Even Corey with all his antics, but he was going after her, right? He was intentional about changing her tire, doing that, playing that masculine role. And that's what won her over. So I think that's the kind of man she's attracted to. Unfortunately, they would probably be the best fit, but because Cornelius is not going to go after her, he's also not going to stand up to Kamil to get an audience with some of the other women. So that's why he's just, not really set up for this kind of show, because he's just too scared. He's scared of his own shadow and what Kamil is going to do, but who cares? She's one woman and he's not seeing the big picture, because you're going to wind up pissing off the rest of the women like he did. And he found himself in the bottom two. So I would be so interested to see how he navigates the next episode, but this is a dating show. You don't get locked into one person that early on because you haven't had a chance to experience other people. And from what you've seen of Kamil, if you have fear in your heart, why is that even somebody you want to settle into a relationship with? So he definitely confuses me in the way that he is navigating this process.
Okay. Okay. Question. Let me ask Corey one more time, and then I'll get the ladies involved. So, you know, Cornelius hasn't seemingly chased all the women. Why do us as men? Why do you think men then? I know I said what I said, but maybe you have a different perspective. It'd be good to get a different perspective. Why do you feel like Cornelius hasn't been then assertive? Then where do you think that comes from? Is that normal? You know what I mean? Like, what was your kind of thoughts on that aspect of Cornelius then?
My thoughts on Cornelius is I feel he's a late bloomer. I put him in a category of a late bloomer. I don't think in middle school, high school, he was getting any love from the ladies during those years. He may have gotten braces, got his teeth straightened. You know, some women say he has a nice smile. Maybe that's what's winning people over. But to me, he just behaves like a late bloomer. He doesn't behave like a man who is used to getting attraction from women. So to me, he's more like in awe at the fact he's able to get the women that he's getting on this show. So he doesn't want to mess that up. So he's like, you know, hey, Kamil, with a body like that, with looks like that, hey, whatever you say. Because his whole thing is, I don't want to do anything that's going to make Kamil upset. Bro, you've known her for 4 days. Okay. Why are you so concerned about how she feels? So at this point, what you're reading off to me is the fact that you have never been here before. You never really dated a woman of Kamil's caliber. And Kamil comes off to me in the sense of she uses her looks to get her way. Those flashing lights went off in her head when Cornelius spoke about not having student loan. So she sees that as a way for her to, hey, I'm finna rack this up. I'm gonna at least get my student loans paid for before I dump this man, before I put him to the side. Because in all honesty, honest and most humble opinion, I feel that Kamil is in a demographic of women who use men to get what they want, then they discard them, which ends up having hurt men in the next relationship. So if she does this to Cornelius, his next relationship is going to be torture on the next woman. So we got to stop doing that. I'm not saying it's all women who do this. I know some men that do this as well. Get what they can from a woman and then discard her. We cannot do this. So, but Cornelius has to be the type of man who is able to identify this and stand on his own 2 feet and step up to her, because she's going to respect that even more. He may not get left at the altar if he can just step up. But if he keeps behaving the way he's behaving right now, he's going to be the 5th or 6th guy that she leaves at the altar. He doesn't stand a chance. And it's all because his demeanor, his behavior. Zadia does not know this right now. You know, she doesn't know this about Cornelius. But if she got a chance to get to know him, she'll see the same things that Kamil sees, but may or may not use them in the same way. I think Zadia more is the type of person that's going to just leave him alone, just not even going to play games with him, because she's going to see that line of weakness that's in him. This is my opinion about him. That line of weakness that's in him, and she's not going to be attracted to that. I think that even though she has a masculine energy about her, I think for her man, she needs a man who can match her energy. And Cornelius is just not that man. Kamil, on the other hand, she doesn't care about matching the energy. She cares about, okay, are you attracted to me? Okay. Do you have the money to support me? That's pretty much all the questions she was asking. Okay, what is your financial situation like? Because that's what's important to her. Not saying finances are not important, but when you're first meeting someone, it's the first thing that comes to mind. That's a problem. You ask somebody what their credit score is that soon, that's a problem. You have to work your way up to those type of questions. You don't do that so early, so soon. So to me, I think Kamil has an agenda. I don't think Kamil is ready for love, obviously, but I think she's on the show to see if she can find another sucker that she can leave altar. My thoughts.
Okay. We're coming in shining. We'll go to the Mandem after again. We'll come back to you, Mandem. Okay. C-Way, what's your thoughts around this Cornelius Zadia Kamil situation?
I mean, I agree with what Corey was saying recently, what he just said about Kamil. She's definitely going to leave Cornelius like she's done the rest of the dudes in the past. But I thought what was interesting about Cornelius is the fact that, like, he's clearly telling Kamil one thing, and then when he's asked about his, like, relationship with Kamil, he's trying to, like, play it off. And I'm not sure why he's doing this, like, high school, like, oh, I don't know, you know, I'm still interested in other people, when he's clearly not telling Kamil the same thing. So, yeah, I don't know. I think when it comes to Sidney saying that Cornelius she just sees him as a friend, I think there's reasons for that. I think he comes off as a friend. If I'm being nice about it, I think he definitely comes off as somebody's friend. And I think Sidney has sense and she can see that. So, yeah, I do agree that I think Zadia just wants Cornelius to prove that she can get him. I don't think she's gonna want him when she gets him. I think Zadia is very. I can tell she's into the fitness. She's very competitive. She seems athletic. It seems more of like a game. Like, I want you to want me, not that I actually want you. So that's the vibe that I get from their whole situation.
Also, let me ask you a question. With all respect, obviously we love Mark. But with Cornelius, can you see? Okay, so if you had to date someone like Cornelius, what would you say are I don't want to say red flags, but yeah, what would be your observation of him? Like, if you were to date him, what would be your observation of him? Could it work with you and Cornelius? On a general front, by the way,
on a general front, I mean, he seems like a good person. He seems like a nice person. He seems very respectful compared to some of the clownery we've seen on TV. He just, I mean, I just want to start off nice, but I think. I mean, for me, no, Kojo. But it's because it's for different reasons.
No, okay.
He doesn't seem.
What is it?
He doesn't seem set in his. He doesn't seem set in his manhood.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what you're perceiving, right?
That's what I'm getting, and I can't figure out what it is about that, but it just seems. He doesn't seem set. And his response to Kamil telling him to shut the hell up and calling him a country bumpkin, his response in the moment is not my problem, because I think as a man, sometimes you gotta kind of figure out how you're gonna operate with women acting crazy, and you may not be able to react a particular way. So I get that. But his just willingness to kind of go back, and his need to be wanted is something. He just seems like he really wants to be wanted, or alternatively, he really wants this situation with Kamil to work, and we haven't seen much of why. Why he really, really, really wants this to work. So yeah, it's just a little. But he seems like a really, really nice person. I just don't know. I don't know why he's picking this path to go down. It just doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, I appreciate it. And I only ask that because I wanted to get your kind of sentiment in terms of what you see from him and where, because I think this is for especially the men out there who are crying that women don't see them. Some of you are nice, got your money, you're paying off debts, but you don't carry no weight. So it's like you featherless right now, man. You coming in and you ain't carrying no weight around you. So even though you've got all those nice qualities, it's offloaded by the fact that the woman doesn't feel like you're carrying this masculine energy that you require to have to make the person feel safe. So I appreciate you sharing that. You know what I'm saying? It's not to say that he's not a man. It's not to say that he's not to say that he couldn't be more masculine for someone else. But it's the same for the general inquiry. It seemed like that. But I appreciate you sharing that. Speaking to the masses.
Hey, so after watching the episode, one of the things that he spoke about was he's not used to, dating a lot of women at the same time. And one of the friends asked, so you don't do the multitasking. He was like, no, I'm not really built for that. And by him saying that, we kind of see he doesn't do the multitasking, because in reality, it looks like he just settled with Kamil and that was it. But in regards to the behavior, it comes off passive, and I don't want to say it in a demeaning way, but it comes off even in the sense of being weak. In the sense that, you know, the level of disrespect that Kamil gave to him as a man, as a woman, she should not have done. If you like a person like that, you never disrespect and dishonor the person that you say that you're trying to be with, especially around people and then on national TV. So of course that speaks about her character and who she is as a woman. And any man should want to be with a woman that honors and respects you. And I think a lot of times when it comes down to the gentleman, they may not necessarily say it, but it's true. A lot of men, they get disrespected and they get dishonored. And women need to understand that that's a no-no. But in his case, he really should have spoke up and not been passive concerning, you know, Camille's attitude. You know, you're on the show and you know how they do stuff on the show. So, you know, you have to be open to more than one woman because, I mean, it's a dating show. But by him allowing Kamil to trap him and claim him, not only is he being passive and weak, but you're not operating in fear. And what people don't understand is when you are operating in fear, it paralyzes you. So you're not gonna move, you're not gonna say nothing, you're not gonna do nothing, you're just gonna let stuff happen and that be that. But he has to realize being in fear, being passive, being weak, those are not characteristics of what a man should be, especially if you say you're gonna be a man of God. That's just, I mean, the word tells you that. But then on top of that, you know, it makes it seem as if you're double-minded. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. So one minute you on this side of the tracks and then you on the other side. You can't really make a decision at all. And so when people question you or ask you, you don't have an answer for it. And then when it comes down to Kamil, if you notice, every episode he's treading lightly with her, or I don't want to say the wrong thing to get back to her. You're in fear of this woman. That's really what that is. And I do feel bad for him because of the simple fact, like, he need help. Like, he really need a SOS, get me out of this situation. I'm not built for this. I might need a brother that's a little stronger than me to really rescue me to get me out of this. That's really what it's looking like to me at this particular point. In regards to the Zadia situation, I mean, she could say, you know, that she liked Cornelius or whatever, but I really haven't seen it a whole lot. So I didn't really understand, like, her being upset or attitude or whatever the case may be concerning it. I mean, I get it, but I didn't really understand where it was completely coming from. And he already said it, like, they are both friends, so he's treading light at this particular point. But when you, as a man, find yourself tiptoeing, walking on eggshells, not really speaking up, not being honest, not communicating, you know, of course, you need to self-reflect on yourself on how you need to be better in that arena. But at the same time, if you're doing that with a certain type of woman, maybe you don't need to be with her. Because that's all you're going to be for the rest of your life if you continue to be with her. And what type of relationship really is that you got to tread light with every word that you say? That's scary. So, yeah.
Appreciate that. Speak to the masses. Appreciate that. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Interesting stuff. I mean, yeah. I think you got to find your level as well. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see, especially next week. I know there's previews about they're going to have their girlfriends come in. So I guess we'll get to see a bit more in terms of maybe what his previous dating history has been like. And we'll wonder if we'll see if there's more of a pattern of behavior there, or maybe he was blessed enough to choose somebody who was going to be a bit more less assertive than he is. I don't know if you have anything more to add, Corey or Shawn, in terms of this subject. No? Okay, let me switch it up there. Oh, yeah, go for Corey, yeah? If you got some more to add.
No, I was just gonna say I'm good. I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, cool. So we'll release Cornelius for now, and Kamil. We'll talk a little bit about Zadia, though, because her situation with the girls got a little bit tricky. Unfortunately, it didn't end well. I wanted to get everybody's point of view on that and see what your thoughts are. Go for it. What's your thoughts on this situation?
It was just weird. I mean, you it's hard to tell if it was, we're missing something with the editing, but Aisha or Alicia, I'm still bad with these names. We're like halfway through the season. I'm horrible with these names. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Blonde hair. When she was talking about the shrinking, the rubber band, with the rubber band popping back in situation, it just seems like it just went left. I don't feel like she was sneak dissing Zadia at all. I mean, I know girls like Aisha. Is that right, Coach? Am I saying the girl's name right?
Which one? Aisha?
Yeah, Aisha, right?
Aisha, yeah.
She doesn't sneak diss. Like, I know people, like, that's not her personality. She wouldn't sneak diss anybody. She definitely wasn't sneak diss Zadia. So, I don't know. She just seemed like really, really butthurt about the entire situation. And she just came off very, very insecure. And I get it. Like, this process is not for everyone. I think it takes a really strong woman, especially, to be in this process. But the way she popped off, and then she popped off at Tasia too, and then she popped off at Sidney, probably because she thought she can get away with it. And Sidney kind of dismissed her too, like, girl, I'm not even going to go there with you. Like, you're not going to have me arguing on TV. So I don't know. I mean, the moral to that story is she made herself look really, really bad and really bothered. Really bothered. If she wants to keep her two people, she can keep her two people. Like, a lot of people have two people. Hell, Phil got 4 people at this point. Like, no one is bothering her about that. I don't know why she was so hurt. But up until that point, I haven't seen the women on Ready to Love disrespect each other or really like go in or have cat fights. So the way she kind of conducted herself, to me, doesn't fit the mold of the show. They usually try to keep it really respectful. Sometimes to the point where they're like besties. They definitely don't talk to each other like that. So I didn't really like to see that.
I hear that. Corey, what are you saying?
Yeah, I honestly feel like Zadia feels that the other women are a threat. Okay, so it's point blank. The women who she was really addressing were other women who were considered to be beautiful women. All the women are beautiful, but just for her, her saying that she has two, I think the point that she was trying to drive home was the fact about Cornelius more so than anything. But then she felt defensive because of what Aisha said. So she had her guards up for absolutely no reason. There was no reason to do that. And what's crazy, what's sad is that for some reason, when there's more than one woman who's interested in the same guy or guys plural, then there are always going to be some sparks there. It's never a situation of may the best woman win. It's always going to be some back and forth between those two women. That's unfortunate because that shouldn't be the way it is. But that's definitely something that I picked up by the interaction that they had, especially when it came to Simone. I think her name is Simone or Sidney or whatever. I keep messing up her name too. So when she said that, when she called Zadia an adult, you're an adult, there was nothing disrespectful about that. She is an adult. So I don't understand the reason why she fired back so harshly. My name is Zadia. Call me my name. It was nothing disrespectful about that. So I think she is trying to make her mark, but she's doing it in a very immature way. So, fortunately for her, the men didn't see this. The men weren't witness to this type of behavior, because if a man saw this, he'll look at her differently. Honestly, he will look at her differently. So to me, I just think it was something where she was trying to stand her ground, and it wasn't necessary. And everyone was trying to say, hey, we're not taking it there. You can calm down now. But she didn't want to calm down. Usually when someone explains to you what their reasoning was for what they said or what they did, their behavior, then you kind of chill out a little bit. But she still wanted to be on 10. So there's something that's underlying there. Maybe she's not liking the fact that the man that she's really into is liking someone else, and that she really likes Cornelius, but he's not really looking for her, at that point of the show. So yeah, that's my thoughts, man.
Good point. Sorry about that. My thing wasn't trying to unlock. Yeah, good points in that. And you're right. I mean, in what you're saying, the men didn't see it, so she potentially got away with it a little bit here, because it's only the girls that are gonna see that particular behavior. So the men I'm gonna have to find out probably a little bit later. They'll probably find out a little bit about that as it comes along. Speaking to the master, what was your thoughts about Zadia and the girl situation? What was your thoughts around, Zadia kind of coming at both Aisha, Sidney, Tasia? What was your thoughts?
So with that scene, I had a couple of questions, to be honest with you, because if you go back and look at the scene, one of the ladies said, like, it may be a lot going on today, or during this meeting, people gonna have something to say. Then you see some of the other ladies, pouring an extra drink or two on the side. So I'm like, okay, why they being so nervous? Why? What's the tension that's in the air? And so that was the first thing that I noticed. But then I found it interesting that everything happened once Tommy left. I'm like, okay, so they waited for him to leave. Okay. So I picked that up. But then what's interesting to me, the ladies that spoke back to her, or from what I know, they're not even interested in Cornelius. So it made me wonder, is it about Cornelius? Is it about somebody else? Or is it just the competition itself? But then one of the other ladies was like, you always do this. And I'm like, okay, that means we have not seen this on the screen, which means this had to happen behind closed doors or when the cameras wasn't rolling for you to say that. And then it's the simple fact that more than one woman was in agreement to her being on 10. So it made me think, like, maybe you always been on 10 and we just never saw it for ourselves. And so that whole scene by itself was like, either this was orchestrated so the ratings could go up and people could be, fed into it, or this is actually, the personalities of the people. If it is the personalities of the people, it really doesn't make sense why that happened. I understood, about the whole rubber band concept. So it made sense to me, but I just didn't understand the personal offense that was taken in that moment. I just really didn't get it. And like C-Way was saying, Aisha, she doesn't seem like the type to indirectly say something. She just seems like the type that she would just directly go ahead and say it, and maybe not even in a rude way. So I don't know. It was just a real awkward scene in itself. But the different little clues that I picked up, I'm like, this had to happen behind closed doors, and we just really did not see it, because some of this stuff really didn't add up. And the side eyes and the, face expressions that people clearly could not hide, because you could see it on their face when Tommy was there and even when Tommy left. I'm like, there's clearly, jealousy or hatred in this room, and it's kind of like unnecessary. And again, see what I was saying, when you come on this show, you have to really be confident and secure and strong And, whether you win or lose, you still confident, strong with whatever it is that you're doing on the show. But maybe these are insecurities that we're seeing and they're manifesting in other ways that we may not have seen before. So that's what I'm getting from that scene on the show.
Yeah, I'm hearing that. There's also something, I'm not going to mention it now. It's too soon. But there is something else I think that is taking place, and I won't say what it is. I'll just say pay attention to how the girls have factioned themselves. That's what I'm going to say. If you pay attention to how the girls have factioned themselves, there's also something that someone mentioned from the cast, not me, wasn't saying it to me. They said it on IG, and I looked at it and I said, okay, cool. But the way that the girls have factioned themselves, they've segregated themselves in a certain way, and I wonder if that's also part of the fire that was coming. I'm just gonna leave it there. Shawn,
wait,
I
don't want you to leave it there. I want you to say
Nah. Maybe that's a chat for after. I don't want to trigger nobody. Shawn, I'll tell you after. Shawn, what are you saying, Kez?
I was just getting some insight. I'm sorry. Are we still talking about Zadia or Aisha?
We're talking about the Zadia and Zadia and the girl situation. If you
like I don't understand what that moment was about, and I loved your your take on it in terms of how Sidney was handling it. I think that was her insecurity coming out, and then you have all of these type A personality women, and they were going at each other. I mean, it was more so led by Zadia. I didn't get I guess I was lost with the analogy of the rubber band stretching and, all of that. I mean, I didn't get why it was so super important for them to get so locked in. But I definitely saw that some like there was a faction of the women that wanted them to choose very specifically and narrow it down. And then there was some that just didn't feel like Zadia at that place. But she was so persnickety. And I think that it's because we haven't seen her really make any true connections on screen. I don't think we've seen anybody really claim her or really be wowed by her outside of Tyrone, who is long gone, right? No, I haven't seen. I mean, listen, if it's on the cutting room floor, that's where it is. But I haven't seen anybody say, "Oh, I'm feeling Zadia." I think like she went out on that date with Walter. And it was like more friend energy. They were kind of like pecking at each other, like boys, but not like romantic connections. So I think that's probably why she felt like her back was against the wall. Maybe she wanted to keep her options open because she really didn't have any genuine connections at this point. I think Aisha, we all love her, but I just don't know what's going to happen with her and Phil because Phil wants kids. And although she said that story, that's a lot to try to overcome. So I'm concerned about who she's going to settle down with too at the end of the day, because she's a good catch, but it's got to be for the right guy they want the same thing. But I love the way Sidney handled that moment with Zadia. And kind of like that's the best way to handle somebody who's coming off aggressive is to seem unaffected by it. Because when you give them that energy back, it's just going to either ignite or just gives the person just exactly what they wanted to get. And I think it was less about what Sidney was saying, but more about her feeling like she doesn't want anybody to tell her what to do. And unfortunately, that kind of happens with women like Zadia, who they like take on this, I'm an alpha woman. Anybody who runs around saying that, it's just my eyebrow goes up. If you got to run around saying you alpha anything, whether it's a man or a woman, it's like, come on, like either let it speak for itself or just put that over to the side, right? So she was insecure and she lashed out at the easy target, which was Sidney. And then she didn't even get the moment that she was probably looking for because she just wound up showing herself. So, unfortunately, I'm sure, Zadia has a lot of redeeming qualities. I just haven't seen them on screen yet. She seems to be very much egotistical, very much bragging about what she can get and I get what I want and all that. So for me, that just gives somebody who, they're not going to be good in a relationship because they don't have a balanced view of themselves. And here she's posting on IG about, oh, I went from being nice to now I'm being, seen as mean. Oh, come on. Enough with it, right? Just own what you did and move on, right? We'll forget. It'll be something else next week. But the more you drag it out, try to defend yourself, blame it on somebody else, then it becomes something, that it doesn't need to be. So those are my thoughts.
Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that.
I do want to say one quick thing to my brother Shawn. What Zadia was doing when it comes to letting everybody know that she's an alpha female, that's something that alphas are known to do. It's very important for them to let everyone in the room know just who they are, just how important they are. So I definitely get what you're saying with that, though. But I just wanted to get that little part out because that's something I've noticed myself.
Bro, you ever heard an alpha say to the room, "Hey guys, I'm an alpha"?
Yeah.
You ain't never heard an alpha say that.
Oh my goodness, no. What I'm saying, they don't want to say I'm alpha, but they have this thing about them. They want to
announce themselves.
Announce themselves to everyone in the room. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, you're right about that.
But I just would push back, but are they really alpha? Because I think a lot of people look at some of the traits of what an alpha is, and they think, oh, that's me. But there's other things that are underneath that, right? Because the whole thing about an alpha and their presence is they get recognized by other people. They don't need to do the announcing, right? So when I walk in the room, people feel my presence. I don't need to push that presence to be out loud. And a lot of times what that is somebody that is insecure and they feel like they need to tell other people who they are. But when you are really something, and an alpha's true embodiment is confidence at its most, they don't need to tell people are telling them. So that's my thing that I always question when somebody says that they're an alpha. Yeah, are you really? Because it's not this. If I used all the people that said they were alpha, then half of the population would be alpha, right? So that's kind of why I just, I take it with a grain of salt when I hear it.
You lot are killing me, man. But I hate both of your points though, yeah. I hate both of your points. It always reminds me, when someone says that alpha, it reminds me of, when you watch them films where there's a bully, the main bully has a friend. The friend is one that's always screaming like he's a big man. And he's the pussy out of everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, you are not what your friend is, bruh. Okay? You are not. But I'm hearing what you lot are saying. It's funny though. It's funny. Then, obviously we talk about Zadia and the girls and stuff. Let's talk a little bit about then Aisha's Aisha's connection. Because obviously we've suddenly just seen her drop off it's probably the show. We're not seeing her connection with Frank anymore. Suddenly Frank is connecting with Sidney. Aisha's now connecting with Phil. I wanted to get your kind of thoughts on Aisha and her connection with Phil. What's your kind of thoughts around that as well? Speaking to Masters, you want to hit us first this time?
Yes, it's fine. So, concerning the connection with Phil, I like the interaction that they had before, but I think it's going to go and boil down to the kids versus the no kids thing. And I think that's the one thing I have an issue with this show, is that people are getting paired with the wrong people. Like, they really need to be dating and being paired with the people that, whatever you're looking for and they're looking for, y'all get paired together. It's not adding up for me. Like, why get with the women if you want kids and vice versa? It just doesn't add up for me. And I know that he said that he likes children, he doesn't mind, but if he still wants to have children and that comes up later down the line, that honestly may become an issue, because she's already said all that she need to say concerning her situation. And it's okay concerning her situation, but you want to make sure you get matched up with those correct people. So I just don't know if that's going to continue. And then in the case of Frank, of course, we saw their connection, but of course, production slid in somebody new and the focus is being shifted. So now my question is, as a person who's just watching the show, is this all again for ratings and to switch a narrative so we can go ahead and eliminate some people and get the ratings for the rest of it toward the end of the show? Like, what's really the goal here? Because right about now, it's like, is anybody really dateable, and can we see a couple out of these people is really the question. Like, we're on season 4 or 5, we need to be seeing some couples at this particular point, and right now it's like, all right, y'all out here, y'all playing. But I mean, Phil is a great catch from what we know, and he did pretty good on all his dates with the ladies. But in regards to Aisha, I just don't think she's being paired with the correct guy, to be honest.
Good points. Good points. Yep, I'm hearing you on that. Hear me here on that. Shawn, what's your thoughts on Aisha and Phil connection?
I mean, I think they have a very deep emotional connection, especially after how she opened up to him about the children and the miscarriages. I think for her to, and then, you know, just sharing that part of her. So I'm not really sure what conversations they've had. I think that Phil is more interested from the dates that he just had in Shiloh. She seems like his top pick. I think he likes her like we all do. Aisha's a pretty girl, beautiful body, great energy and attitude. And I think she gives that wife vibe because she's been that. But I don't know. I don't see them making it to the end. To me, they're almost like the Vernisha and Joelle, right? Because like on the surface, it looks like they're going to do it. You know, they're going to make it to the end, but they're not really. I don't think Phil will be as, you know, what some may say is disingenuous as Joelle was, but I just don't see them carrying, you know, I don't think they're a good match, really.
Hearing you on that, Shawn. Okay. Seaway, what are you saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear when it comes to Phil that Shiloh is his top. I think it probably boils down to, you know, Shiloh, even in her line of work, she knows how probably to talk to men, the intimacy space, I'm assuming. And it's also the lack of baggage and I think lack of children. And I don't think Phil has any kids. And I really feel like that's what it boils down to, because both Shiloh and Aisha are both they seem to be very like easygoing women, easy to get along with, really chill. They seem very unproblematic, both of them. I just think when he's picking between those two people, I think Shiloh is just the easier pick. But he did seem like he really enjoyed both of his dates. He seemed like he enjoyed all three of his dates. I just think his date with Cecilia was probably his least favorite, but I think he seemed to vibe with all three of them. When it comes to Frank, I've been thinking about this the last couple episodes. Frank and Aisha were all hugged up in the photo booth, and then they disappeared. Like, then there was like no more of them, and I think that just boils down to production. They're doing a really bad job of like curating our experience and telling a story. They just drop stuff in and then they leave it. So I don't know whose fault is that. I mean, we don't really get the full story until they come on one of you guys' channels, so we can finally understand what the hell's going on. The only person we got a full picture of their foolishness was probably Corey. You know, everyone else, we're getting half stories about what's going on. So I would have loved to know, like, why did Aisha stop talking to Frank? Where did Frank go? Did she find Frank to be disingenuous like we all did? Or did she just like, he's all right, let me just keep it moving? We don't know. So, but I think her and Phil have a good connection, but I agree with Shawn. He's not gonna go that route, I don't think.
I'm with you on that. I don't think he's going to go that route either. He's looking for kids, and she's not looking to have that. So she's in the game. She's in the game because she's in the game for game's sake. Same as Sabrina. It's not their fault. It's the show's fault. They have produced these characters with this set of expectations and set of parameters, and it's not conducive for the environment that they're in. Like, people have kids and don't want to have kids. Then you've got people who want to have kids. Why would you do that? You know what I mean? Like, are you hoping people to change their minds or something like that? It's crazy for me. Corey, hit us up.
Okay, so when it comes to Aisha and Phil, the way I look at this connection is unfortunate. I do agree with the other panelists by saying that this is not going to work, but how it's not going to work is what's really going to be the defining moment for both of them. that's in it. The reason why I say that is because we have a situation where Aisha likes Phil like someone else. Aisha doesn't know that Phil likes someone else. So Phil gives off this demeanor of a man who's cool all the way around. So Aisha's picking up on that as genuine interest in her. So because she's picking up on that, she's going to later find out that that's not who he wants to be with. He doesn't want to be with her, which gives off an element, even though this is a show, it still gives off an element that, you know, a man is with a woman and he knows the woman likes him, but he doesn't tell her what his true intentions are or who they're really with. That's one thing that I gotta say that Tyrone did. At least he did that. He let it be known, I'm not into you, I'm into this person over here. And that's why I said there is some good to come from that. That honesty, that transparency, it's good. It lets you know exactly where you are in somebody's life. So when it comes to Aisha and Aisha, not Tyrone, but Aisha and Phil, I think it could be a situation where Aisha could possibly have her heart broken. She could possibly be giving herself more and more to Phil. Phil is accepting it because he's a good guy. He's dealing with it in a good guy way, but that relationship aspect that she's looking for, he's not wanting to have with her. Now, I'm not exactly sure as to why. I can make a few guesses. One of them being that he may not be the type of guy who's ready to parent or be a stepfather or a co-parent with someone else's when they have someone else's kid. And I know you can say that a lot of men do this. Men do this every day, which is true. But there are also a class of men who just don't want to do that. They feel like they're too young to. They want to start their own family. They don't want to be in a blended situation where they have to come in the door and be that male role model to kids that are already here. So it could be a lot of different reasons. But what I do know for sure is that Phil needs to let Aisha know where his true intentions are, because he made his mind up. The only way he would change his mind and go back to Aisha is if Shiloh is off the picking, out of the pickings. So I think that is something that Phil needs to go ahead and let be known, because Shiloh was the only one he was being touchy-feely with, PDA with. And so he meant what he said by him being into Shiloh. That's one thing I noticed out of all 3 days he was on. So to me, I think it's just something that's going to be unfortunate in the end, because Aisha could possibly be getting hurt, and that's not cool.
I'm hearing you on that. I mean, to be honest, I think Phil's an upstanding citizen. I think he's kept it quite straightforward up until this point. I think again that people are staying in the show, and I don't blame them again, because there's an opportunity to be on TV, an opportunity to promote your business, your brand, whatever. But if this was real life, would we want to stick in this situation? If we are, then you're causing yourself to be in situationships, because there's a big. If she's not, she says she's willing to have kids with the right person, so there is some level of hope there, in the sense of she is willing to express a change in that area. The problem for me is whether Phil can take that word and be trusting that will happen. Do you know what I mean? Because what happens if she realizes and says, actually, I don't really want to do that? You know what I mean? And then you've entered into contract negotiations of a relationship, and you realize she's not willing to participate anymore. So it's a risk. It's a risk for him to try and pursue this kind of thing further down the line, because if she does change her mind or something happens where there's a scare or complications, this is going to affect you wanting to have kids, right, with the person that you're with. So it's going to be very touch and go with them too. I personally don't think it's going to work, to be honest. I don't think it's going to work. She's got an idea in her head. I know she's scared about doing it, but baby, it's not just that. It's just the fact that I don't think you two are going to match on this particular issue. Plus, Shadow's there as well, so it's a bit of a tight one still as well. What's your thoughts then around, since we are talking about Phil, Phil's a nice guy. I shouldn't say nice guy. Let me rephrase. For now, from what I've seen, he's a good guy. Because nice guys for me are the ones that don't know really much about life. But he seems to be the good guy. Do we fully buy into the good guy routine? Do we think there's something different about Phil? Maybe there's a darker side or something like that. Do women even buy into this good guy situation? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, or do they want these bad boys? What's your kind of thoughts around Phil and his particular behaviors that we've seen on the show as well? I think someone described it as barring, but boring seems to be working. I don't know. What's your kind of thoughts around that? I'm gonna go to Corey. What's your thoughts, man?
Yeah, man. My thoughts when it comes to Phil is he's a safe choice, and I think safe is sometimes overrated. I think in this case, when it comes to Phil, you don't know what you're going to get on the other side. I think there are additional layers to Phil that have not been exposed yet. So because of that, the jury is still out when it comes to Phil, but he seems to be genuine so far in the show, and I think the other ladies see that. But are you being chosen because you are like the best that's left, or are you being chosen because they have a genuine interest in you? So that matters to me. I don't want to be chosen because I'm just the best out of the bunch. I want to be chosen because you have a genuine interest in me. So it's hard to tell with the ladies like exactly why they are into Phil, because Phil was in the shadows for a while. We didn't see much of him, so for him to come out and all of a sudden he's that guy. I'm like, what happened behind the scenes? What's going on here? I think that, I just think that Phil it's more layers that needs to be peeled back when it comes to him. And we're going to have to see that unfold. Hopefully we see it come up soon, because right now, the way Phil is behaving, it's in a good way for the ladies. The ladies like it. But once he makes that decision, a lot's going to fall down. So we'll see.
Appreciate that, Corey, as well. Appreciate that. Araba, welcome. It's good to see you on here, baby.
Hello. Hey, guys. Hey, Kojo. Hey, everyone.
How you doing, man? You all right, yeah?
I'm good. I specifically hopped on to give my opinion about Phil.
Go for it.
And I'm glad you asked this question, because I feel like there's this mass agreement of Phil being a good guy, and I have a dissenting opinion. I don't necessarily think
Go for it.
I don't think Phil is a good guy. And it's so funny because I literally had a crush on a guy with the same name, funny enough, and he acted just like Phil, right? I personally have a problem with a man who doesn't make a clear and distinct decision or proclamation, if that's a word, of what he wants. So on the multiple dates that he went on with Tasia, Aisha, and Shiloh, he essentially said that Shiloh and Aisha are on his top, with Shiloh being the strongest, and then Tasia she's up there in the clouds, right? That was problematic for me. And I think because he did it in a way where his words weren't that abrasive, or he did it in a way that was very diplomatic. It kind of like, went over people's head, or people kind of gave him a pass. But be honest, Phil, you're not feeling Tasia that much. You're kind of just entertaining her and obliging her interest. And you might find Aisha attractive, or you might like her or think she's a decent woman, but she doesn't compare to Shiloh. And for me, I don't want this man to lead any of the women on. I'd rather, if his investment is completely in Shiloh, I'd rather him vocalize that and verbalize that. I don't think he has much to lose in the game at this point, because he's well liked by the woman. And so he's not going to lose much if he makes that declaration that she is who I'm really going after. But it's the simple fact that he kind of moves in this way that's just it's too diplomatic for me. When you're dating in this type of setting, I think, I don't know, he just comes off as like, I'm just trying to be the one that everyone likes. and I'm literally just trying to, have a good rating amongst the women. I'm not trying to get booted off or whatever. And I just don't like that. That's my personal opinion. Others may disagree. Others may say that Phil is a great, unquestionable guy, but I kind of sense BS. Going back to the guy that I used to have a crush on, he was the same way, right? He was very like friendly to so many women, and he would just, whenever you would see him around other women, it's like the constant hugs and kisses and the cupcake names and all of that. And it's just very hard to decipher someone's true intentions when they're so all across the board, just nice to everyone. Like, I'm not sure if you guys kind of understand where I'm coming from, but Phil gives me, I'm just that nigga, like, period. Like, I'm just gonna oblige everyone's interest and just get on by. And I don't like it. I really don't like it. Like, pick a side, make your mark in the sand, and just be a little bit more clear on what you're feeling and what you're not feeling.
Interesting. Okay, I hear you. Okay, interesting. I hear you. Seaway, what's your thoughts?
I would agree with that if this wasn't a dating show. That is my only issue with that, because I think with Phil, I would say I'm not on like team is Phil is fantastic. He's also not giving me red flags either. And if I see some red flags, I'm gonna call it out, whether it's popular or unpopular. I think Phil, I don't have enough information to even get, and that's the problem again with this show, with the producers, with the editing. We barely even get enough of these people to get a vibe. If you get a vibe, you really got to be really swaying one way or the other. Maybe you can get a little bit out of something. But with Phil, I don't even have a vibe. I think the situation with him is Phil in this show is literally one of the best options. And I don't think it was clear to the women that he was like one of the best options until a couple of weeks went by and everyone's cards were on the table. Then it became pretty obvious that he was like one of the best options they were going to get as time went on. And I think because of that, the women are kind of like not flocking towards him, but I think they're starting to realize, okay, like this is probably one of the few dudes on the show who has masculine vibes for the most part, doesn't have kids, is nice, is kind, doesn't come off as crazy. Yeah, and I think that's why he's becoming so popular. I did notice that he was very particular not to lie. On the 3 days that he went on, I was waiting for him to lie. He never lied. He used his words very, very, very particularly, and I think that shows that he cares how he comes across on television and he cares about his character. I do think though that he is more all in with Shiloh than he's leading on. But on this show, if he was to go all into Shiloh, then people would be saying he's pulling the Cornelius and he only wants Kamil. Or he's pulling the Rashid and he's, and you see what happened with that situation. So I don't know. Someone said he lied. No, he did not. He did not lie. He really didn't lie. I think a lot of times we don't like situations and then we'll be like, oh, he lied. No, he really didn't. But yeah, I don't think we don't have enough information on Phil to really get a clear sense. But I will say, if he knows in his mind that Aisha, that he's not going to try to like work through Aisha's struggles as far as maybe having kids, maybe maybe not. And if he really, really wants Shiloh, I think over the next couple of weeks, he should, as the process goes on, start focusing more on Shiloh than actually giving more attention to Aisha than if he really doesn't want to. I should say that. But at this stage, when everyone has 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5 people, I think he's fine for now. But if he really wants Shiloh, then he needs to make a decision, I would say, in the next couple of weeks, so everyone knows where they stand.
I hear you on that. It's interesting though. Okay. Speaking to the masses, what's your thoughts on Phil? Good guy or nice guy? What's your thoughts? Player, copy and paste. What's your thoughts?
Well, so there's a couple of things that stood out to me so far up to this point. So if we backtrack just a little bit, when one of the ladies had the little car incident or whatever, he was the one to go to assist her with the car thing. Now we know that Corey also did the same thing with assisting with cars, but Phil also did it with one of the ladies. But of course, we can see that there's a difference in behavior with the two. So just pin that. But then if you also pay attention, halfway in this season, we really didn't see much of him. Sometimes you have to pay attention to that low-key, quiet guy. Because sometimes those loud mouth, attention seeker type guys that, always in the forefront, those are not always the ones you want. But the one in that background that most people don't see or don't pay attention to, that's the one you might need to keep your eye on. And it's clear that now we towards, episode 7, now he's the popular guy. But in addition to that, Phil is strategic. I mean, we on season 5, right? So you didn't see these episodes and these seasons, and you know how the game goes. They didn't change the rules too much. So he figured out a way, in some cases, how to maneuver. Because if you think about the dates that he went on, he said, I don't do ranking. Well, why is that? Because you already know if you rank these women, they're going to go back to the table and have that conversation. Oh, he said I was number 1. He said I was number 1. And then next thing you know, you booted off the show. But then on top of that, he knows not to just focus on one woman, because that's what got Tyrone off the show. And that's what got Cornelius at the bottom. Because everybody know that Cornelius and Kamil is talking. So because Cornelius really haven't shown interest in any other woman, that's why he ended up at the bottom. So people have been watching the show and they learning the rules of the game of the show. Yeah, I got an interest, or I have a main interest in a person, but if I want to last long on the show, whether it's for promotion or whatever the case may be, I'm going to play by the rules. And then no telling who else want to pop up and like Shiloh. So if he did get booted off the show just because he said he liked the Shiloh or whatever the case may be, because the other ladies was like, well, he don't like me, and he gets off, he could lose his opportunity securing the bag with Shiloh, because her attention can easily go to another man if he no longer on the show. So Phil has figured out a way to be cool, calm, collective. Maybe he is being genuine, but he just learned how to play by the rules. But then even Aisha said that he's charismatic. Now that can go two ways. We haven't seen him really present any red flags. But let's just say take him out of the picture and just talk about being charismatic. That can go two ways. Because if you are charismatic and it go the wrong way, you out here wooing people with your words and with your demeanor, and you out here playing people. That can go that way, because we've seen it. We've seen people be charismatic and they got all type of ladies. But we can't really completely say that's Phil, because he just hasn't presented that behavior on the show. He's just been that low-key, quiet, I'm a slide through, and when it's my time to shine, it's going to be my time to shine. That's why one of the producers was like, oh, you one of the popular guys. But nobody knew that he was one of the popular guys until we almost toward the end of the season. So at the moment, we can't really completely say. I hope that he's a good guy, because a lot of what he's doing, it seems like he's a really good guy. And that's why women like him. On top of the fact he's not being a jerk, he's not having his hands all everywhere and doing some crazy stuff that got women fearful for their lives. So it's a good look for him. So we just gotta continue to see the rest of the season concerning him. But you know, I just know he's very strategic, and ain't nothing wrong with being strategic. So if it was the show, they might need to change their rules, to be honest, because I thought about it. I'm like, well, if somebody did find somebody on the show and that's the only person they want to stay with, maybe they just need more time to go on dates to really figure it out and just keep that part of the show versus just eliminating people. Because right now, at least with this season, it's not looking too good. So yeah.
Robert, you wanted to add back? Go for it, then I'll get the men involved.
I hope I'm not jumping off of a cliff like my good sister used to say.
I hope you got your parachute if you're gonna jump off, baby. Get the parachute.
All right. Stay with me, you know, because it's gonna be a slow tread, a steady climb though. I'm so happy some people, and I clocked it in the comments, some people are saying that Phil is like a politician, right? We keep using this word that he's very strategic. And what do we know about politicians? They have to be strategic with their words in order to get what they want, right? But we know politicians promise people things and usually never deliver. And so I think for me, that's the disconnect with Phil. I feel like he's just like that in a sense where he's very, very, he's a wordsmith. He's charming. He literally knows how to work a crowd. And I'm not saying there's specifically anything wrong with that, but when you're that strategic, it's almost like you have an end goal. And I get it. Everyone on the show has an end goal to make it to the end, right? Some of them allegedly have the end goal of finding love, which we know that never usually happens on this show. But, and like you said, it's still early in the show. Actually, no, it's not early in the show. We're halfway through the season. This is some BS that we're halfway through the season and it still feels so empty. But anyway, Phil, to me, he's so strategic to a point where it's almost like it's unnatural. And I'm just comparing him to what I've observed from all the other people that have dated on the show in this season and past seasons, right? There was some strategy involved, but when it comes to Phil, it's like I'm trying to please everyone. And there's nothing that will come, there's nothing good that will come out of trying to please everyone. You can't be everyone's friend. You can't be nice to everyone. You can't make everyone happy or everyone smile, right? And that's not to be mean, or that's not to say that everyone doesn't deserve a slice of the cake. But at the same time, everyone does not need to have their feelings involved and does not deserve to be led on, right? You get what I'm saying? It's kind of just like, if you know something is not going to go somewhere, there's no reason to, not you saying cap, Kojo. Listen, I'm just calling out the real. There's no reason to lead multiple people on at the same time. Like, I don't know. Phil is on my radar. I think he's low-key an F-boy. And it might be revealed towards the end of the season. And you're going to come back to me. You're going to say, Araba was right. You're going to do a separate video. You are going to just apologize to me. You're going to give me credit. And I'm going to bask in it. I'm going to love it. So yeah, I said I might be jumping off of the cliff, but sometimes you guys have to read underneath the surface and kind of just understand. Just because someone acts nice and someone puts on a nice show doesn't necessarily mean that that's what they're all about. Sometimes they're just trying to reach an end goal. No matter how they get to that end goal, they're going to reach it.
Okay. Okay, I'm open to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm open to it. I don't know if I agree, but I'm open to it. Listen, hey, you're off the cliff now, so you got your parachute on, so make sure you glide right. All right, Corey, what are you saying to me, man? Are you jumping off the cliff too?
Yeah. I'm really interested in understanding what does a good man look like to a woman. Because the reason why I ask this question is because, okay, as a man, we have to be careful with our words. We can't be as forthcoming with our words as it may seem. So, honey, do I look good in this outfit? You want the truth? Or you want me to tell you look good in the outfit? So you can't have it both ways. We have to really be honest with ourselves here. Phil is showing good guy tendencies, but it seems to be a red flag for a lot of people because they're not used to seeing a guy that is a good guy without some kind of issue in behind the closed doors. I don't think that's fair. Okay, so I'm really curious to hear what a good man looks like. You want a man who's able to talk to you a certain way, talk to your mom a certain way, talk to your sisters a certain way, and have everyone like him. You want your family to like him. He can't talk to you the same way he talks to your mother. He can't talk to you the same way he talks to your father. So you want a man who knows how to represent himself, still be true to himself, but say things in different ways to get his point across. So my thing is, if he's telling these ladies, hey, I'm into you, I'm interested in you, you are at the top, near the top, or has a strong interest towards you, there is nothing wrong with that. He didn't come out and say that you're number one to all three of these women. I think the fact that he was able to answer those questions without speaking to just one person directly is strategic because of the game that is being played. But at the same time, you need someone who's able to deliver information in a way where it is not going to be, it's not going to mess him up. It's not going to mess you up. It makes everyone feel happy, makes everyone feel safe. I don't necessarily see a problem with that. Now, what I did say before is that there are other layers to him that I don't think we've seen yet. And I'm interested in seeing what those layers show, you know, when things progress. But I agree, he should make a decision coming up soon, but it doesn't have to be right now. It don't have to be this very instant, but it does need to take place sometime soon because we're getting into the game a little bit, into the home run stretch. But to me, when you see this guy Phil, you can't really, you call him a politician or you can call him someone who's very gifted as far as being able to manipulate words a certain way, this way or that way. But I don't necessarily see that as a flaw. You know, when there's so many other flaws that men can give you out here, when there's so much drama and toxicity that a man can give you out here, when it comes to that, that's the bare minimum to me. So until he shows me something more than what he's shown, I can't put him in that negative light as of right now. That's all I want to say. Respectfully.
Kojo, can I say something? I think as women, a lot of women, I think, are waiting for that other shoe to drop. And I know even up until the point where I got married, I think I was still waiting for the other shoe to drop. It's just something, because the shoe has dropped every single time prior to, you know, this my current relationship and my current husband. So I mean, even I'm constantly waiting. And I think with Phil's situation, I mean, there's a possibility he could be a politician, he could be fake, whatever. It could be, it's also a possibility that he could just be a nice guy that went on a show where we're dating multiple people. And I think it's kind of hard for us to visualize and conceptualize this dating multiple people because it's an odd concept in this way. I mean, people say, you know, you should date plenty, exercise your options until you get into a serious relationship. But a lot of us are very monogamous people, and that's not what we do. And I think it's also a very tricky situation to operate this type of situation with integrity. I think it's really easy to mess up when you're dating multiple people in close settings. You know, how do you be honest? I see some people in the chat saying he should pick one. Well, that's just not the point of this show. Not right now. I mean, saying pick one, that's your opinion. But that's not the point of the show, and it doesn't make him a bad guy because he hasn't picked one yet. So if that's the basis for him being shady, that's not a good basis. But I can see maybe he does come off a little politician-y. I just think we just don't know. But I think the truth of the matter is they haven't shown enough of him. in a couple of weeks he could come out and he could be, not a great guy. I'm interested to see, or the show can go on and he can be very, very consistent. I just think we don't know. But a lot of guys, unfortunately, will put on a good facade, have women thinking that they're a certain way to get what they want, and then stuff changes. And I think if that happens to you enough, you're going to be looking for that in a lot of people, in a lot of men, a lot of relationships. And so I think that's, Corey, that I feel like that's the answer to your question. It's not that Phil is not a good guy or he doesn't represent a good guy. It's whether he's being honest about what he's doing, whether he's being genuine, whether this is really who he is, or is this what he's doing to play the game or to win the prize or whatever, he's going to change.
Okay, you made a very good point when you said waiting for the shoe to drop. That's the point that I'm making. Why are we doing that? Why are we waiting for the other shoe to drop? This guy could just be who he is. So you're making a good point. And the difference between, I think, what's being said and what I'm saying there's different layers to feel that we haven't seen yet. I'm going to wait, be patient, and see before I make my assessment when it comes to him. But what I'm hearing is that, it's already opinions being formed about someone when we don't know if this is truly him or if it's not him. So that's why I'm saying give him a chance. Give him a chance to put his foot in his mouth, or give him a chance to show he's a good guy or a bad guy, whatever. That's all I'm saying. Just give him a chance.
Shawn, what's your thoughts on the feel good guy stuff? This is a good conversation, and I appreciate the ladies sharing their thoughts, because I'm seeing where you're coming from. I disagree, but I see where you're coming from. So I appreciate you guys sharing your thoughts. Shawn?
Yeah, no, I just think it's such it's like all roads lead to F-boy, no matter who the guy is, no matter who we talk about. So, and I get it. There are men out here that are deceptive and appear as one thing, but then do another. But I guess I try to exercise myself in a thought process of a little more optimism, right? I let somebody show me direct evidence of the things that they are doing. And I think he was transparent from everything that I saw. At least 2 out of the 3 women knew that he was dating other women, knew that, Shiloh knew. And so did Aisha, because she called him. She was like, he's in high demand. He's a player out here, so she did it in a joking way. And even at the round table with the ladies, she said, I told him I'm going to give him his room, to do his thing and figure out where he wants to be. So I think that part of what Seaway said, part of what Araba said, I get that aspect. And yes, you need to judge someone by their actions. But is everyone that super transparent when they're dating? Is everybody, so women are out here just being super transparent with every man, and then the men are just leading all the women astray? I would just push back on that. I think there are things that women do that are deceptive to men, and that sometimes we have to look at, but it's how you navigate the process and the things that you need to do and own for the people that you allow to be in your space, right? So, judging their actions along the way for both of us. But I just think sometimes we just see someone and it's like they remind us of someone else, and then they just fall into a category, right? And it might be true, but just leave yourself open to the idea that it could not also be true, that person might not be the same as the other person that you engage with. So I just think we got to give people a little bit more grace, because if we just go into it seeing them one particular way, then that's all they'll ever be. And then we miss out on options with other people, right? Because just because I remind you of somebody that did X, Y, and Z, that's not who I am. Let me show you who that is. And that's for both of us, right? I'm not just saying women only do it and men don't. No, but we just have to give people a little bit more room. And that's something I've learned, and I'm still learning, to just give people a little bit more grace, because I know for damn sure, I show up sometimes in some ways. I'm not always honest in some ways, but that doesn't mean I'm trying to be deceptive. Sometimes we say things to protect ourselves. Sometimes we say things to protect other people, right? Because we're just not ready to go there in the conversation. So it's not always looking to manipulate somebody. And no, I'm not mansplaining. I'm talking, and I'm a man. So I'm explaining it from my perspective, right? So I get that, but that's not what it's about. I'm just talking from my perspective as how I see anything. Araba could be right. Any one of you could be right. I just think we just also can't be so fixed on the way we see someone, and we don't give people grace, because when we don't give grace, it just becomes a very difficult situation, and we struggle in relationships, which is where we are today as a people, right? We're struggling in our relationships, and we don't give each other grace on either side. So that's kind of like what I would add in terms of color to that.
Interesting. Okay, we're hearing the both sides. You know, both sides are coming with some good points here. You know, I'm. Do you know what? I'm hearing both sides. So I personally don't think Phil is a F boy, but he could be, right? But I also do think that the ladies made an interesting point for the purposes of dating, right? Seaway and Arab have kind of said this, right? Waiting for that shoe to drop tells me that we are in a generation where there's a lot of trauma going around. When I say trauma, in terms of how people have behaved in relationships, i.e. men have been disingenuous and our behavior has caused our sisters to feel this type of way, right? Because the same is not felt the other way around. I'm not waiting for women's shoe to drop. I ain't gonna lie to you. If I see a good character, I'm gonna believe it's a good character. All right. So I think what we're seeing here now is a conversation around how potentially we are viewing behavior due to what we have experienced growing up in the dating field. So I'm not even saying the ladies are wrong, because this is how they could be seeing Phil. But I also could be saying that, hey, I think the brother could be clean here, right? And you almost got to give him a little more. We've got to give him room, because he hasn't done anything as of yet to trigger or say that, okay, look, he is a F boy. I get the part that you're saying about he hasn't made a choice just yet. But then does that put Zadia in the same? This is actually what the ladies' argument was. Actually, this argument we're making is actually what the ladies were having an argument at the very end. Zadia's got 2. We've got Aisha's got 2 people she owns with as well. Like, is she ranking them as well? The ranking only seems to be an issue when men are ranking women. This is why he can't rank them, right? Because women's feelings are going to be hurt if he starts ranking them. Going by what the show's experience, what the show has shown. I'm not talking about in general. I'm talking about from what we've seen from past seasons. Whenever the men seem to rank the women, they're almost dead to rights, right? Now Ron tried this last year, and I was like, Ron, why did you do it? He was like, yeah, I see Chris Natha as 1, I see you as 2, I see you as 3. And as soon as he did that, everybody was like, duh, 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 duh. Now, Ron was not the most perfect example in terms of being clean-cut image and behaving himself. But the moment you rank somebody, I'm going to tell you this straight. If a woman ranks me, I'm gone. That is why the lie is almost need. It's not even a lie. The omission of this information is needed. Don't come and this is what I said about Liz and Jason. Don't come and tell me I'm number 2. I'll tell you this now. I don't care how bad you are. I don't care how good looking you are. I don't care how great you are for me. If you said I am your number 2, I am walking out the door, because I refuse to be anybody's number 2. Do you know what I mean? And I wouldn't expect a lady to hear me say, I ain't gonna lie to you, you're my number 2. So, no, if you're number 2, the only reason why you're going to become number 1 is because number 1 failed. That means you're only there because number 1 failed. Do you want to be in that position? I don't want to be in that position. So Phil is almost in a very difficult position to not start saying you're top or you're this top, because it can lead to those particular thoughts in the person's mind, right? We had the whole season doing that with Liz, and now we can see where that's ended up. Girl was number 2, okay, who became number 1 because number 1 failed. So I think ranking can be very difficult, but I do take in the fact that we have to wait a little bit longer and see, is he going to make a choice? I don't think Tasia is even there. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think Tasia is on his list. I don't think Tasia is on his radar. Is he playing though? No, I don't think he is. I think this is in a sense what happens in dating. You have 1, 2, and sometimes you have a third one who's well outside of the middles. Okay, all right, but you keep them there, not because you're trying to keep them there per se, but because obviously as you're wading through the dating experience, you have people who are not necessarily at your top. So again, and he hasn't said anything as of yet that we've seen on screen to Sia to make her feel. She's made him top. But she ain't got no other choices, so she has to make him top. Do you know what I mean? But I'm going to leave that open. But yeah, Araba, you want to answer Corey's question? Go for it.
I did. And I also just want to add a few more comments. So, and before I say this, I love you guys, but I got to be honest. We've made predictions about people without really knowing them on these shows all the time. So I'm kind of a little bit confused as, there's this narrative of let's give him a little bit more room. Let's give him a little bit more grace. There's so many times where we have jumped off the cliff, Married at First Sight, Ready to Love, whatever other show culture reviews. And so it's just like, I think it's fair for us as viewers and, people in the comments and people in the panels to make an assumption, as long as you're not, saying some outlandish things. I think overall, this is what we've done. So I'm just personally, and I'm not offended. I hope everyone knows I'm not offended, but I'm just saying that I'm personally giving my opinion based on whether it be experiences or my knowledge of, situations like this. So I think we kind of have to get that clear first. I don't see why there's such a backlash about, making this assessment on observations that I see of Phil when literally this is all we do, right? And so if we're gonna make room for Phil, let's make room all across the board. That's all I'm gonna say on that. And I saw some comment that was so outlandish. Someone said, I'm making a projection because I've never dated a nice guy, or I'm just waiting for. Honey, listen, I'm in a great relationship, okay, with someone who I think is a good guy. And I say that to say, we are not all scarred. We are not all scorned. We are not all damaged and broken. And we are not all waiting for a man to break our hearts or do whatever. We are not all in that position, right? But some of us, we've had experiences. We've had our family and our friends tell us things. We've read, we've studied, we've observed, we've lived through these things, right? So we can make some of these observations. And what I'm saying is, and just getting back to what Corey asked about what constitutes a good guy, and you kind of mentioned, and I think Kojo, you kind of spoke on this too a little bit, that as men, we don't want to hurt people's feelings, so we kind of have to be a wordsmith with our words to make. You don't have to do that. I'm just letting you know you don't have to do that, right? No one asked anyone to be our protector unless we say straight to you, like, please protect our feelings. I don't want to be hurt. I'm sensitive, whatever. I don't see the obligation to be a protector, because in the end, I think it does more damage than it does good. And hear me out when I say this. Being a good guy to me it means that I had it in my head. I'm trying to get it back. But I think that we're conflating being a good guy with, pleasing everyone. And I don't think that is a good approach, because you can't please everyone. And Kojo just did a whole speech in the beginning of how he used to do that, right? He felt this need to make everyone feel comfortable, but it's like you're not really being authentic. There's something that's inauthentic about that. You're more so trying to people please than have an outcome that is truly genuine. And I personally see something wrong with that. Other people may disagree. Other people I see in the comments, they're just like, no, Phil's a great guy. But at the same time, what good comes out of trying to make sure everyone goes home happy, right? Because what meat do we really get to if everyone, is thinking that they're on Phil's top? Like you just said, Kojo, he is not feeling Sia at all. Like, we're not even about to sugarcoat that. We're not about to lie on that. He's not feeling this girl. And for me, my thing is, he doesn't have to be clear and distinct about, oh, hey, you're not in my top, but he can say it in a way that's just like, I'm not really sure if we have enough chemistry, or this is going to work with us. It might hurt her feelings, but at the same time, it's the truth. he doesn't see a connection, and that's what it is. She'll get over it. You thinking to spare her feelings by saying you're up there, to me, it doesn't do any good. And I get it. We're in the context of a dating show, blah, 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 blah. But I also feel like there is a problem when you just try to be so diplomatic and please everyone, because it's just not genuine. It's more so people don't get mad at you rather than you give the real to people. And that's what people need. They need the real, regardless of how it impacts them. I have so many guy friends that say, nah, I had to lie to Shorty because honestly, like, I'm doing her a favor. I don't want her to cry, da 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 da. And it's like, but to me, I'd rather that girl cry over her being upset that it's not working versus, something else. Because I just feel like we're giving false hope. And eventually, someone's going to get their heart broken because he can't keep up this facade of everyone is in my top. He can't do it. So I'd rather he just be genuine in this process. And I'm just speaking in general, right? I think men kind of have to understand that genuinity is so much, it can take you so much further as far as it's just not going to complicate things. And that's just my wish, is for some men to understand that like, you really don't have to please everyone. You don't have to be so diplomatic in your words if you don't want to. Like, it's not by force. So that's just my thing. One, we're all giving opinions about people and jumping off the cliffs and making predictions. So I'm just making my prediction off of what I see and what I observe. I could be completely wrong. Phil could be in this to win this. He could ride off into the sunset, into marriage with one of these ladies. That would be great. But at the same time, I'm calling out the fact that it's strategic to the point where it's almost like this is a little disingenuous, right? It's giving, church elder that just wants to make sure that all of the church members are happy, but not really, calling out the church members that haven't been paying their tithes. I don't know, maybe that was a bad example, but essentially I'm trying to say, I'm just going to need for people to understand that it's not every time you have to be a diplomatic wordsmith. It's a little disingenuous.
Okay. So I won't say that I disagree with you. I'm going to give you something to think about. Okay. So the reason why I'm using parents as a scenario, because parents are someone who we love, we cherish, we respect them, right? So you saying that a man shouldn't have to be a wordsmith, he should have to be careful what he says. If around you, he curses, you guys have fun, every other word out of his mouth is a cuss word. He meets your parents for the first time. Do you want him to speak to your parents the way that he speaks to you? And I'm saying that it's about using words. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about using words. So if he's using the same words he uses with you one-on-one, that is not respectful.
I think we're talking about two different things. I'm not talking about the way someone speaks. I'm talking about the way someone moves and operates in their in regards to how they relate to other people. So I'm not talking about like someone has to be proper and prim with their vocabulary. I'm talking more so about how they navigate social spaces with people.
But it's how he's acting though, right? So if he doesn't act the same way around you that he does around your parents, you can understand the reason why he switches up, is what I'm saying. So let me just start by saying this. When it comes to what we do here on this panel, I'm going to only speak for myself. I speak on what I've seen. I don't speak on what I think is going to happen. I may do predictions about who the couple's going to be or whatever, something like that. But I speak on what's happening now. And the reason why we do this week by week is because we're taking information that we got from that week. So if it was just us doing all around, just talking about everybody and not giving anyone a chance, we can watch episode 1 and just tell everybody exactly what we think from episode 1 through the whole season in that 1 week. But we're not doing that. We're doing it structurally to do that. So week by week, we go by what we see. Now, we've seen toxic behavior from Corey. As soon as we saw it day 1, we talk about the toxic behavior we see on day 1. When we see it on the second week, we talk about what we've seen on the second week. We go week by week. So I don't get where you're saying that we're not giving grace to people. We're talking about people in that moment and what we've seen. I know I do. I only speak on what I've seen at that moment. Now I can give an idea of what I think may happen, but I'm very careful with my words. So it's just like I said, when it comes to Phil, we haven't seen certain layers with Phil. So that's why I can't make that assumption. But I'm different. I'm not like everyone else. But I get what you're saying as well, is that you want a certain kind of man. And I think every woman wants a certain kind of man. So if someone were to come to you, say you're in a good relationship, and I'm happy for you that you're in a good relationship. But if someone was to come to your man, you say, hey, this is a good man. And they instantly look at him and say, he ain't no good man. He's trash. Then for you, you will fight back on that because you know what you know. They don't have a reason to dislike your man. So what I'm saying is we don't have a reason to dislike Phil. Right now, he's showing good vibes. We're saying that it's a possibility both ways. Yeah, maybe to me. Yeah, no, you maybe to me. But right now he's showing cool guy vibes right now. So if he's being manipulative, if he's being disingenuous, then it's going to come out. So that's what we have to wait for that to happen. So I'm very careful about not wanting to be that guy who's saying, this person is that person, and next week I got to come back and apologize because I was wrong. So I'm very careful how I state what I'm saying. So I try to avoid those moments where I am wrong. So I'm just giving you my perspective. Like I said, I cannot speak for the panel, but I know for me, I go week by week.
No, I respect it. To your first comment though,
before you go, Robert, before you go, speaking to Mass has been waiting. Sorry, you can reply after.
Sorry.
Speaking to Mass.
My bad. Go ahead, girl. My bad.
Oh, I mean, she was gonna finish back what Cora was saying, so it was okay. To be honest with you, but what I had wanted to say in regards to like the shoe drop comment, I feel like, and it's not everybody, of course, right? But some people have experienced disappointments in relationships. So when you step into that next relationship, you're expecting, without giving the person a chance or whatever, but you're going into it with expecting a disappointment because you faced so many disappointments prior to whomever you're meeting. In the case of point for this show, he's playing a game because, like Tyrone, now granted, I'm not talking about all the other extra stuff that he did, but just in the one point of him being honest and knowing who he wanted right off bat, by him just saying, she's my number one, I want to be with her, even though some people said that he said it to other people. I don't know. We didn't see that part on the show, but just on TV, when he made the comment that he picked who he picked, he got booted off the show for that. The same thing with Cornelius. Even though Cornelius didn't say it, it's obvious because all the women know that it's him and Kamil. That was the reason why he got to the bottom. Do I feel like Phil should have said a little something? A little. But we know the show at this particular point of season 5. You got to ride the stuff out. You got to have somebody you're going to eliminate next episode. So eventually we're going to see people get eliminated and get taken off the show. And we can see based off those dates, if we want to make an assumption, who that's going to be by next episode. Because they eliminated men last week. Now it's the women's turn. So if one of the ladies he dated wind up being at the bottom and going home, then we see that's how the elimination process is going to go. We would like for them to make their choice and make their choice early and stick with it, but we already know the minute they do, they get booted off the show. That's why I said production needs to change the rules, because if they're allowed to like who they like and just continue dating to really see further down the line if their feelings initially is true toward the end, maybe we can get a better little love story or whatever the case may be. But because they want to make it a game show, now we got game show rules, which these game show rules, some apply in the real world, and then some of it is just for TV. Because even in the case of point with Phil or whoever has a strategy, when you dating, the people you dating, well, hopefully they don't know each other. They don't know that they are top. They don't know that they rank 1, 2, 3, 4. They don't know all of that. You just know that you dating and you doing what you doing on one end and he doing what he doing on the other end. But because of the show, that's where ranking and all this other stuff get involved. Even though ranking is really elementary, middle school, because that's what little boys and little girls do when they in elementary and middle school, and they didn't carry this on into adult and put it on the TV show and call it correct. So that's how we go based off of ranking. But Phil was smart not to do that because he knows if he do, he gonna get slaughtered at that table, and they gonna tell everything to Tommy and with each other, and now he look like the bad guy. Now, is it to say he the bad guy or not? I can't say that. That's why I haven't even put, a title on the man, because I can't do that. Now, could I predict it ahead of time before it happens? Sure. But I just refrain from putting titles on people on the show, because eventually they're going to come back on certain people's platforms and get their interviews. And I don't want to be the one responsible for putting titles on them that I don't even know about, at least in the moment of watching per week. Now, in regards to us as just people, we know a whole lot about red flags, but do we know anything about green flags? And this is how you know that we don't, because we don't even have an emoji for a green flag. And what we call good, we recognize it as evil. And what we call evil, we recognize it as good. So the biggest question is, do we have real discernment to know what is a good guy versus bad guy? And good and nice is actually synonyms. So they're not two different words. So they're the same thing. So I'm not even sure whether we as a community of people distinguish a difference between the word good and nice, if by definition and in a dictionary they're synonyms. So that just goes to show that a lot of the stuff that we believe or come up with or say is coming from somewhere, but is that really the right way of looking at things, or the perspective to really have, is the question. But if we've been so used to trauma, we've been so used to people dropping the ball, we're so used to disappointment to the point that a lot of us may have experienced hopelessness in relationships and marriages, then that's all you're really going to see. Granted, everybody ain't broken, everybody ain't hurt, so that's very true. But majority rule, and it's quite a few people that's out here, because we see the decline of relationships and marriages. And we trying to figure out how to fix it so we can get on board. I mean, a black flag, that just means stop, don't go and collect $200. That's just don't even proceed, don't even go at all. Like, I know it's red, but red means stop too. But black means definitely just don't even put your foot on the gas. Just don't even do it. Just, Black Widow, don't do it. That's what that means. But we don't have no green flag. And do we know about the good? We can recognize the bad in just about everything, but do we really know what's really good for us is the question. So I can't say nothing bad about the man right now, because he really haven't given me that, and I ain't gonna contribute to talking bad about the man. So yeah, I'm gonna be the one woman that ain't gonna do it right now.
No, I appreciate Susan Masters. I would say the key test here in the Phil situation is what happens when the women ask him to make a choice. I think that's a determinant, because although we're quite far, it feels like we're not that far in this process, but they're a little bit some way. I think once we get to the point where the women are asking him to make a choice, if he doesn't make a choice, then we can start to really look at Phil differently. Because at the moment, if we're putting Phil in that box, I got to put Zadia, I got to put Aisha, I got to put anyone else who's got more than one person in the box because they're not making a choices yet, and no one else has ranked anybody else as well this season. So I don't want to do that just yet. But I also take into account what the ladies are also saying in terms of the fact that it's almost as if he's too nice and we're waiting for that shoe to drop, and that's fair. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I get that, right? Because it does happen, and it does happen quite a bit. I personally don't put nice and good together, I'll be honest with you, because I think good guys can be nice. Nice guys ain't good, right? Because there are so many men out there that are nice, which is what we're talking about, that will be nice to you, but actually is because they don't know how to do anything else. This is like they're not actually that nice. They look good on the outside, you know what I'm saying? They can talk sweet things and everything like that. But actually, when you really get to, you realize there's insecurities and all this kind of stuff just waiting underneath the surface to nuke you and finish you. So there are nice guys and there are good guys. And this is why I said that we've said the same thing about last season with Jason, because there was clear evidence when asking to choose, he was getting all giggly gaggly, googly gags, doing all up and down, up and up the place, right? But I'm also going to take into account that there could be another side of things that, you know, that Phil could be a playboy underneath the surface. There is that opportunity because first and foremost, the reason why it could be is because he is definitely self-aware enough to know not to say anything. So if he has the potential to be able to understand how his words can have that impact, he can have the potential to be that way. I'm not going to deny that he couldn't be that way. I don't think he is that way just yet, but there's no me talking against the fact that there's a potential for that to be happening because he is aware enough not to say anything and still obviously have good connections with these ladies to a certain degree, to a whole point that, well, we don't know, you know, sometimes the production get involved, but Tessie obviously brought him through. I would also say that as much as Tessie has made him top, does Tessie really like him? Does anybody like anybody on the show? I want to ask, does anybody like anybody on the show? Because I think they're all, if I'm honest, I think all of them are problematic. Not saying problematic. I think all of them don't have their cards in order, it feels like. I feel like they've been done dirty. The show has put people together that I feel like, I don't know if they really like each other that much, you know what I'm saying? So, Robert, you were going to say something, and I did say I'll go back to speaking to masses. Do you want to add your point?
Oh, it's long gone by now, but
bring it back, sis.
I think we've pretty much, you know, not killed the conversation, but I think we've definitely said all that needs to be said. I think essentially, you know, my opinion still stands. I just feel like if some people are using their discernment to kind of highlight behaviors that they think are problematic, I think there's room to welcome that, right? I think there's room to welcome that conversation because how many times have you heard of situations? And this is not to say that we are always waiting for the shoe to drop, right? Because I think that when people call out certain behaviors and they can see things from a mile away, people think, oh, you just waiting for this nigga to fail. Sorry, I use the N-word a lot. But it's like, I think oftentimes we forget we've used these experiences that we've learned to inform our decisions going on in the future. All of us do it. All of us do it. And I said multiple times, I could be completely wrong. I could be off. I could be south. I could be in Asia with my observation. But what I'm telling you in real time is I notice a behavior in Phil that I notice not just in other men, in politicians, in people who make false promises, and people who move in a certain way that, you know, they can't necessarily match up to the game that they're speaking, right? And so I feel like there should be make room for the possibility of things not being as perfect as they seem. And this is not to down Phil, right? Because I do think he's a good guy. I think a good guy in the context of he's decent, especially compared to the other men, child. Because the other men on the show, I don't know where they pick these men from. But I feel like essentially, you know, let's just kind of open the conversation a little bit and see what might be underneath the surface in that respect. But other than that, I definitely agree. I think, you know, let's give him more time. Let's see. I'm still going to have my opinion. And there it is.
Appreciate that, Robert. Yep. Sorry, I was reading the comments there. Hey, listen, never a problem. Do you know what I mean? I encourage that we have open dialogue. Open dialogue means when you put your thoughts out there, it might also get challenged. and that's essentially what we're saying right now. Like, as I told you guys about an hour ago, last year I would have never challenged you. I'll let you have your opinion. But if you put your opinion out there now, I'm going to challenge it. And I expect you to challenge mine too. Right? Because how you see it is fine. But we are going to have an opinion because we've put it out there. And I expect my panelists also to do the exact same to me. If I say something and you think I'm off, I expect you to pull me up. Because if you don't, what's going to happen is we're going to have one side saying one thing. And just because I'm a commentator or I'm the head of this channel, if no one says anything to me, I'm running wild. I got no accountability. So I need you guys to pull me up when I'm on the left. If I'm on the left, pull me up back to the right. Like, bro, you drifting right now, bro. Like, I don't agree with you. So it's not that we don't want you to have your opinion, rather. I want to also, as other people have also said, have a different opinion. I don't think you were going off course. You were giving us your angle, you know. I think we all kind of had different opinions, and Seaway kind of saw it and gave it also opinion that kind of matched yours as well. Jay still disagrees with me with the Sabrina thing. I think Sabrina's crazy, but like, hey, it is what it is. So don't worry, we are with you. We just might have a different point of view when it comes to the Phil situation. But I see what you're saying. At the moment, I haven't seen red flags, but if I do see it, listen, you're gonna get your flowers. That's what I'm gonna say. You're gonna get your flowers. You saw it first, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, Araba saw Phil first. I ain't see it. Bow, 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 bow. You know what I'm saying? See, what are you gonna say?
I think you misunderstood my opinion. I wasn't saying that Phil had any red flags. I
didn't say. Did I say that? My bad.
Well,
I know you weren't saying that.
Similar to Araba, I think it was quite different on this particular situation. But we can move on.
That's all right. I appreciate that. Sorry, my bad. If I let you have a different opinion. As I said, Araba might be right. So listen, this is why we jumped off the cliff. You know, I remember Adri used to jump off the cliff, but you know what? Once or twice she was actually quite right. And I have to start trusting these cliff jumpers because they be doing some stuff out here. You get me? So, yeah. Remember we said this. If Araba gets it right, we gonna lift you up, baby. Okay.
It was the same way with Jason. I mean, I was by myself for a long time about Jason. I stayed there by myself until people started joining.
It gets like that. Sometimes you just gotta jump off the cliff. You gotta trust your opinion.
You gotta trust your opinion.
You gotta hold strong of it. You know what I'm saying? If you can't trust your opinion, you can't be on this planet because we gonna eat you up. They gonna eat you up. You gonna get eaten. So trust your opinion. Do you get me? Trust your opinion. Do you get me? Okay, listen. Okay, so we spoke about Phil. Really good conversation. Love that. The other person who we didn't talk about. We didn't talk about Frank and Sidney because that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think they had sex, but I don't know. But I mean, the amount of touching so quickly after a short while it's just a quick turnaround. You know, Ready to Love was not showing us also what happened there. We're not sure what the heck happened, but it looks like Frank and Sidney, you know, like they are in deep already. Like I don't know what you guys' thoughts are around those two and what your thoughts are. You know, Corey, you're nodding your head a lot, so you know, what's your thoughts on Frank and Sidney?
Bro, I'm thinking the same exact thing. They have done something. Nothing wrong if they have. They're consenting adults. They can do whatever they want to do. But the vibe they have, how casually they were kissing and that public display of affection, it was really like, okay, y'all done some stuff. Y'all been doing some things behind closed doors when these cameras off. But I just wanted to say that part when it comes to them. Do I think they'll make a good couple? They understand both each other's lifestyle. They're 9 to 5. They understand that. I don't know though. I don't know. Something about their relationship kind of makes my stomach hurt a little bit. It bubbles a little bit. Just little bubbles. It's something that's missing. It's an element that's missing with them. It seems like they made a pact. Hey, I know you know me. Let's make it to the end of this show. Let's get to the end. Let's be together. Let's put it on a little thick, and let's see if we can get to the end of this show. So I think that's what kind of happened with them. It's the vibe I get from what I've seen, you know. So for me, I think that, I think that they may have made a little pact, you know. So we're going to see when it comes to them as well. You know, because right now she's saying all these great things about Frank. You're seeing them now, but you've known him for years. As being, you know, the guy doing the Harlem Shake with the wine, with the mixer, you know, behind the bar. So why is it now that you see this great guy in Frank that you didn't see before? So that's my question. So I think it's pre-planned. I think they planned this.
Okay. You think they pre-planned this? Okay. All right. Has anyone got an opinion that is going to be jumping off the cliff with this particular issue? Hey, it's always good to jump off a cliff. Maybe you have a different opinion. You know what I'm saying? It's good to jump off cliffs, guys. I forgot we used to do this. We used to do this a lot. So anybody else got an opinion they want to jump off a cliff? If not, well, I'll keep it going as normal. No? Okay, cool. Speaking to the masses, what's your thoughts on Frank and Sidney? You know, I feel like Frank is lost in Australia. What's your thoughts?
I was just confused. I'm not understanding it. When they was kissing, I was so confused. I'm like, when did this start? It's like, when did this we missing a whole lot. He was just touching the other young lady in the photo booth. It's clear his love language is physical touch. But I was just really confused at the whole thing. And her friend, one of her friends, when he said about those pageantry answers, I just find that so hilarious because I want to say me and Brittany just said not too long ago about the HBCU oratorical speech in the pageant. And that's exactly what it seemed like then. It was the pageant, him and one other guy. They would be giving pageantry-based answers. And I'm just not really understanding where all of this is coming from. I think this entire episode, I'm just going to blame production. I think that's where I'm going to stand because the stuff is not making sense. It's a lot of stuff going behind closed doors. We finding this stuff out on social media or interviews after the fact. It's not really giving us a storyline. Real love is not being made at this particular point. We don't know if it's red flag, blue flag, green flag, black flag, yellow, checkerboard. This a lot. And I'm still confused on why they was kissing on the first date. And then you did it in front of your friends as if y'all had been dating for a while. Now, I know people move however they move, but I'm just saying we seen y'all talk at the pool. But did I miss something or did they already go on a date themselves after the pool? So I don't understand what's going on. Maybe y'all can enlighten me on that because I'm really confused by it. And, people talk about energy. Well, that energy was throwing me all the way off that whole scene. So I don't know if that's going to work. I don't know if they're just trying to do this so they can stay on the show. I hope it's real, but I really don't know about this one. I'm bamboozled. I'm sorry.
I hear you on that. We are all a little bit bamboozled. I think they're a power couple. I'll jump off a cliff for you guys. I think they're a power couple. I think they could work. I think they look amazing together. I think they smell good. I think they taste good. Okay? I think they could work. I think these two, have some decent chemistry, and sufficing they can get the emotional piece together. Listen, I think they could be Frank and Sidney, and become one of those couples that, will do some stuff on the media front. I think they could work. Listen, look, they're both nightlifers. They both, like a little bit of a party. They both, seem to get on. I mean, he does too much. She wants him to do too much. I mean, where are all the red flags, blue flags? There's none. There's only one. Go for it. Become the power couple that you're going to be. You know what I'm saying? Listen, these two, listen. Listen, y'all be missing the trick. Listen, you need someone that's gonna like you the way they like each other. Quick, fast. Choose them quick. You don't waste my time. Make me a number one. You want a rankings? There's a ranking. Give her a kiss. Let her know you're number one. Listen, you know what I'm saying? But that's my quick thought of them too. Who wants to go next for me then? Who's got some thoughts on Sidney and Frank? Is there a big age gap between Frank and Sidney? I actually didn't ask. Someone said about their age, but is there a big age gap? I didn't think there was. Is there a big age gap between the two of them? No? Okay.
It's not obvious if it is. I can't tell.
Say again?
It's not obvious if it is.
Yeah, I couldn't see it. You know what I mean? It might be all that shaking he's doing is keeping him young. What's your thoughts, Seaway?
Well, you're trolling us, but I appreciate you trolling us. But I mean, I can sum this up in 1 minute. I don't think anyone needs to talk about these two more than a minute. They literally have known each other before. They both decided to get on the show for their own personal gain. Sidney does not need Frank. Sidney doesn't need Frank. She doesn't need to be on the show. We're going to be honest. And she definitely doesn't need Frank. Frank, it just comes off very just like nasty. It's so ill. It's so ill every single time. I don't know what their end goal is, but this is not like quick, fast, in a hurry, Kojo. This is not quick. They knew each other. This is planned for TV.
This is what I'm saying. Precisely why they could work.
Well, they could work because they're both in the same. They could work if Sidney wants it to work, but Sidney doesn't want him.
Oh, I thought Sidney said that she's always liked him and yada yada.
That's cap.
You think she's capping?
Sidney don't want that man. Would you want Frank?
No, because I'm straight. But
I'm just saying, objectively. You subject. No, Sidney don't want that man. Sidney know what she's doing. She's not dumb.
That's my thoughts.
That's my 1 minute on them.
All right, I hear you. Chef Jay, welcome to the conversation. Good to have you here on the show. We are talking about Frank and Sidney, and wanted to kind of find out your thoughts. You know, I think they could be a power couple. I think they could do something. I mean, if they can get the emotional piece sorted. I don't know how they are emotionally. Right now it's very surfacey, but they both seem to have a good chemistry. What's your thoughts on Frank and Sidney?
Generally, hi everybody. First, let me say hi everybody. You know, I'm late to the party, but let's see. Generally, I would say I'm optimistic, and I would like to be like, yeah, I can see them being a good couple, because on the surface they do match up. But the problem is they are on the surface 90% of the time. We just getting Sidney, so we don't really know much about her. We haven't got any depth. We haven't got many dates from her to see what more does she offer. And Frank, we've gotten enough to see that it's not much, even by his answers to the questions that the friends had. He had nothing in depth. Like they say, it's pageantry. You know, you just give me that, let me get by answer, and we keep it moving, but she accepts that. You know, and so once the relationship actually starts and they start, you know, really getting to know each other, what then? That's where we're going to have to find out. It's like, when we get past the sexual tension that we have, can we sit in a room together and coexist? Can we have in-depth conversations with one another and enlighten each other and push each other and motivate each other? Or is everything going to be motivated by the bedroom aspect of us? And if it is, and if it's just going to be that, then they just need to be cuddy buddies and just leave it at that. Because outside of that, I don't see much. It's all touchy-feely and all that. And the problem with a lot of us today is that when we have that sexual chemistry, we have that sexual tension between us, that leads us more than anything. Neither one of them are asking in-depth questions on what do you want out of a relationship? Do you want kids? How do you want your future set up? You know, what kind of things? At least we got that with Kamil and them, like, what's your money looking like or whatnot. These are real questions, even though it's like too much to ask in the beginning, but those are real questions that you need to ask when you're serious about a relationship. And to me, I just don't see that right now. So as we'll continue to go on, You know, we'll see what we see or whatnot, but I don't see it coming from either one of them. And Phil is older. It's not really a problem, but he should be more mature enough to be looking for some substance. And I don't know if he is. So.
Okay. All right. I'll hear you. Okay. Okay. Maybe that's the extent of their relationship. Maybe they're not very deep people. Y'all we're tripping out here, all wanting it to be all deep and stuff. Some people are not deep. Some people are very surface. Some people don't want to go deep and talk for 4 hours on a live. Some people just want to just have a quick conversation, have a quick nicking and knacking, and then go about their business. You know what I'm saying? Life.
Yeah, so people want to have a quick smash and go about their business, and that's what I'm getting from them. You know, I'm nothing personal to it. You know, let them do what they do. But if we want to have a real relationship, we got to get deeper, a little bit deeper than, rubbing up your face, rubbing the crumbs out your eyes. Now if she go into his nose, then I might say something. But she ain't there yet. So.
All right. Okay. I hear you. Rob, are you ready?
Yeah. And I'll be quick because just like Seaway, I feel like I don't really care too much about this couple that I feel like has been engineered. But that kiss that Simone gave, wait, what's the girl's name? It's not Simone. Sydney. Good, Sydney. That kiss that Sydney gave Frank was so intimate. I was almost upset because it felt like production. Where the hell did that come from? That was just like a kiss, like we've been in each other's bodies type of kiss. You know, like that real intimate, and peck kisses compared to like tongue kisses are considered not, that intimate, but like there's intimate pet kisses, and that was an intimate, like I heard the smooch and she went in for a second one. It was, that was a juicy one. And at that point I was like, yo, did they sleep together? Like, what happened? Like I'm missing the meat of it all. And I feel like whoever is on the team for production this year needs to start looking for new jobs because you're bad at the current one that you have. Like we have literally, I don't even know when did they go on they probably did go on a date, but I don't know. This was such a confusing episode to me. And I feel like if Frank and Sydney just seem to just be like, the only thing keeping them together is attraction for now. They're two attractive people. They're both on the scene, and I think that their lifestyles really mesh. They've known each other because of their lifestyles, so I think it just works for them. So it makes the most sense for them to have a connection. But we are missing meat, steak, potatoes, and everything with that situation, because that kiss was a little too. That kiss was like, I know what your butt looks like because I've seen it before type of kiss. I could be wrong. I don't want to start rumors, but I'm not kissing on nobody like that unless we've shared some stuff about ourselves. So we'll see. But like other people said, I think it's very on the surface, and there's probably nothing wrong with that. They probably don't want to be deep.
I hear you on that still. I hear you on that. Intimate kisses like that. I'll tell you, man, they've been places together, man. They know each other, man. Intimately. I'm telling you, y'all are missing out. Y'all better jump on this cliff that I'm on. I'm telling you, jump on this cliff I'm on. You're going to find out there on the front of a magazine. Now, they might not last 2 years, but I got them on. I got dibs on. Give it 3-4 months after the show. Do some rounds. Do some media presentations. You know what I'm saying? Then break up and go about their business and shake some drinks elsewhere. You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking. Shawn, you there? I think he might be grabbing a meal. Speaking to the man. You say sorry?
No, I was gonna take your spot real quick.
Go for it.
I just wanted to based on what you just said, like the 3-4 months, I give them until they say cut. They gonna say, okay, we made it, and that's it. I honestly think this is not a true relationship, but I do think that it has a lot of sexual undertones to it. The kiss reminds me of someone. It looks like someone went and took a trip together, and came back. And now that's how you kiss after you had that trip to the Bahamas, that trip to Cancun or something like that, some type of romantic trip. So to me, it's too played in, you know. So that's why I think that it's false. So yeah, my little 2 cents. Go ahead with Shawn.
Were you at Shawn? You there? I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna be real now. Yeah, they're not going deep, so they're not going deep. But again, they might actually genuinely not be that deep, but they're not going deep. And she actually agreed with saying that he gave pageant answers. So, you know, I think these two are gonna be mashing, you know, doing some mashed and potato and sausage, and I think they're gonna enjoy themselves for a few months. And they'll call it quits in a few times. You know what I mean? If I'm honest with you, that's my true sentiment. But again, they may just not be deep people. They just may not be deep people. But I don't get that from Frank. He's spoken before, and it felt like he wants to go deep. But his hypersexuality could be talking, so it's what it is. Who hasn't spoken yet? Is it? I know Shawn will probably come back. Speaking to the masses, have you gone yet on Frank and Sidney?
Yeah, I already said my piece.
Okay, so sorry. So I guess everybody has spoken. Oh, you want to go again? Okay, cool. No worries. All right. So I think Shawn will come back. He's probably just making some food to keep himself awake out here. Let's shift it then. Let's shift it because, like I said, a little we said about these people, I understand it's not so heavy on their. Someone said, "What's for dinner?" So, let's talk about another particular person on this. Mumen and the Dante situation and the Walter situation, because I'm not gonna lie to you. Hey, if you are telling me that you're not sure about Phil, I need to hear the same thing about Mumen. This girl is doing whatever she needs to do to stay on the show. There is no authenticity here. Not that she's not authentic. This girl was trying to stay on the show because there is no way she's telling me Dante is safe for her. I cannot see it. You know what I'm saying? I cannot see it. See where you put your camera back on. You better talk. What are you saying, sis? Mumen, Dante, and Walter. What are you saying?
Again, I'm gonna be real brief. I think Mumen hasn't liked someone since Cornelius left. I think she really did like Corey. I think she really did like Corey for whatever reason. And when Corey left, when that went left, now she's just trying to stay on the show. Dante makes no sense. Walter makes no sense. That date made no sense. The people asking, are asking Walter, I think, is he ready to settle down after that whole double date situation that they keep putting on the show? Is just a mess. So, I mean, Mumen is also just, she's giving, I'm trying to stay on the show, or I like whoever likes me. Either way, it's not conducive for finding a real partner. So
I hear you on that. Hey, listen, I hear you on that. Robert, what are you saying? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I agree. I'll start by saying that I had no clue Mumen was 36. No clue. Just because it just seems like there's a little bit of naivete there. If she's being serious, right? If she's really entertaining Dante, and I'll give Walter a pass because I can stomach him a little bit more than Dante. But if Mumen is really, truly going to entertain Dante and his 3 different households, I am highly concerned. And I kind of just feel like, good question, Maria. Why is Mumen not? Well, Cornelius is engaged to be married, so we know why. But if Mumen is really entertaining Dante, I kind of just feel like something's off there. But we've seen her entertain a whole bunch of people. And so I think Mumen is just confused. I think she doesn't know what she's looking for. And so that's why we see her one day with Frank, the next day with Joseph, the next day with, whatever their names are, child. It's like every day it's a different person. And it's like there's no clear direction of what this woman wants. And I feel like I don't know yet who she really has a connection with. So yeah, I think she's just confused. I really, and when she made that comment, it was so cringe. She was like, "Oh, Dante has 3 kids, but I'm in children's ministry, so it'll work." Girl, children's ministry, at least they're all in one vicinity. Dante's kids are in different locations. Like, you're not going to be able to manage that. I'm sorry. Like, just children's ministry and Dante's 3 kids is not the same. So I think Mumen kind of has to sit down and really have a talk with herself as to what she wants and what direction she wants to go in, because I feel like she does not understand it as of yet. And that's what we're seeing with the going in different directions with just random people. I don't know.
I hear you on that. Yeah, there's a bit of naivete there. I can't lie to you. You almost expect her to not make some of the decisions she's making. That's why I think to myself, she's on the show potentially, maybe just to, maybe boost up her few, you know what I'm saying? Maybe her church has got mad connections, maybe she's one of those big churches that are connected, so now when you go to a different branch, they're like, Mumen, you wasn't ready to love, da, 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 da. Old girl out here was talking about how she's in children's ministry, as someone said, and trying to flex it as if now she's gonna be okay with his 3 baby mothers. Listen, Mumen, there is so much more out there, so much more. No offense to Dante, but every comment I meant it, as in there is better out there. I'm not saying that Dante is not a good catch, but he's not a good catch because he has three baby mothers, and you don't have to suffice yourself to that level. Okay, all right. Just the same way I would say the same thing about the man them going after a girl with 3 baby daddies. Okay, all right, cool. Speaking to the masses, what are you saying? What's your thoughts on? This Mumen and Dante and Walter situation?
Well, I was trying to figure out, I'm telling you, I'm blaming productions this episode because I thought Dante was interested in Sidney. So it threw me off when he showed up. I mean, I understand they had that date, but even at the date that they had at the miniature golf, Dante and Sabrina went to go speak. So I was just confused why he was invited to this date with her friend. And I'm like, y'all telling the story all the way wrong at this particular point. This is really not working. Really, Walter was the only guy that really made sense. And maybe somebody else on the show, but they never put them two together. So the way that they went about these dates is just really was not adding up for me. And I understand, Dante with the 3 baby mamas and his concern, but she gotta really look at herself for real and be like, is she ready for that? Can she really handle that? You gotta be ready for that, not just for children, but the fact that 3 baby mothers are involved. That could be a lot. So again, production, it didn't make sense for me. It didn't add up for me. I don't even understand why both of them was, Walter and Dante was in the room, because Walter didn't even give too many answers while sitting there. He was nervous, surprisingly. So yeah, I don't know. This was just, it was not working for me. They didn't do the pairing correctly. It's like maths. The experts didn't get it right. That's where I'm at with this.
Hear you 100%. Hear you 100%. Hear you. Jay, what's your thoughts on Mumen, Dante, Walter? What's your thoughts on this situation?
I'm gonna blame production for the whole setup because apparently the guys didn't know. Either one of them knew that another person was going to be there. First of all, it kind of looked like Mumen didn't even know that Walter was going to be there at the same time. So it sounded like a setup from production to get a little messy for whatever reason. I don't really know why, especially with her, because we haven't really seen her on a date with Dante. Well, we've seen her on a date with Dante, but and they kind of were hitting it off before Sabrina interrupted them and pulled them to the side. So, maybe there is a little connection there that production didn't show us much of, and that's why she chose to have him come. We do know we've seen the whole date with her and Walter. So I guess production was trying to be a little bit messy for whatever reason on why the timing of both of their dates was so close opposed to everybody else that had a double date in the same day. So, blame production for that part. I do Mumen and Dante seem like they'll be a match. If he can refrain from trying to make any more babies anytime soon, possibly, because, like I said, they hit it off at the mini golf thing for a while. They seem to be okay. She's okay with everybody touching on her in stimulating ways. So I don't know how strong she is in her abstinence stance, but, that's her journey. So maybe it'll stop short once she find the guy that she wants. I don't know. But she is a little bit all over the place. I don't know if she found her one and she's just going through the process to just try to narrow it all down or whatnot. But I don't know. It's just weird. Production is just not giving us the build-up that we've been used to over the last couple of seasons. So it's just, these things are just seeming forced right now, and it's hard to make a strong attachment or a strong statement on anybody, it feels like. So that's where I'll just stay with that.
Appreciate it, Jay. You're right. As everybody said, production is not giving what production needs to give. So what I'm going to be also doing, guys, I'll put up a post on my community page. I want all the audience to give us suggestions on how to make this show better. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to type up an email and present that to them, as well as doing a video about it, because I'm sick and tired. We're in season 5 and it's got progressively worse. Not because anything else, but the fact that there's a lack of storytelling and throwing us into things. And I don't want to hear the excuse of, well, people are talking behind the scenes. Well, then if they're talking behind the scenes, can you find out who's talking behind the scenes and then put them on a date, okay, and then film them? That's all. It actually doesn't need that much, because we're missing so much of the story and we're not able to buy into the characters of the show. We're not able to understand what's going on. Even if people are not going to be coupled up by the end, I can take that. But we're not even getting storyline now. Now we're just seeing people randomly turning up with somebody else. You know what I'm saying? If you saw Dante talking to to Shiloh and talking to old girl Sidney, follow up with that. There should be there's a follow up with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, like I want to see them. I want to see them win. Okay, so I want to put on my Karen hat and go, can I speak to the manager, please? And that's what I'm doing. All right, Shawn, what's your thoughts on this, bro? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I kind of said it. I think it was the last panel we did. I feel like Mumen is she's not intentional, in her dating. She seems to be like very airy, up in the clouds, like, oh, if the wind blows this way, I'll go this way. I'm not really sure how she is expecting to get anything out of somebody with 3 different baby mamas and 3 kids, and she has none. I just don't get it. But she's a sweet girl. God bless her. She's a gospel singer. She's got some good qualities. I just think, she's got to be more intentional around who she's choosing. And I don't see any of the guys like that are matching her vibe. So I would hope that she would be looking for someone that matches her vibe, and she's going to have better outcomes in a relationship, because I don't see it with who she has right there, Walter, and maybe Walter, but definitely not Dante. And he definitely was secure in his spot when he held her hand the way he held it as soon as Walter walked up. I don't know why they kind of put them on they put them on a double date together. They should have had some time to really spend, because they're 2 different kind of guys. So they needed separate time and not together. So I thought that was a bad choice to, put them all in the mix at the same time. And, but I don't know who Mumen could really be matched with. I don't know. We think Cornelius, but there's a lot of speculation out there about Cornelius and, how afraid he is and all of this other stuff. But I wish she was just, I'll end it where I started it. I wish she was more intentional about what she wanted.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Shawn. Yeah, I actually don't get it, because it's like, do Walter and Dante not get along? Then I can understand why they forced it. You know, the season with Kofani, Denise, and Adriana, they forced some things. I understood that because Denise really didn't like Adriana. It's okay, you can force it. I get that. This was going nowhere. It's literally going nowhere. Dante and Walter, what is the beef there? I don't get it. Like, it wasn't necessary in this instance. And I think sometimes we're just trying to engineer madness sometimes. And it's like, bruh, I understand you got to make it entertaining, but this one here was not the move. Okay, this was an equivalent of somebody not understanding PR and typing underneath somebody. I don't know if you lot saw... it's not even a laughing thing, but someone fluffed up a PR situation by going onto Instagram on Jessie J's picture. And she posted up, obviously... a pregnancy test, but what she was captioning underneath was saying that she had lost her baby, and someone came up in there from a major company saying congratulations on having a baby, didn't read the freaking room, didn't read the caption. PR stunts like that. If you don't know how to read the room, we're gonna always be in trouble like this, you know what I'm saying? So like we need new life. We need new life. We need fresh life in this, okay? All right? We've done good enough. We've done 5 seasons now. We've got to a certain place. You got 2 choices. Change or die. All right? Because y'all are moving like Kodak cameras right now. Change or die. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Get digital or die. You know what I mean? Like, change it. Let's add something fresh in here. Because it's going down a particular road that I'm not really feeling right now. It's getting trashy. It's like it was trashy before. No, it wasn't trashy. It was all right before, but now it's getting really trashy. It's giving me Loved and Locked Up. You know what I mean? And I ain't trying to tune up for Love and Locked Up. I'm not tuning in for that. That's not what I came for Ready to Love. If you guys haven't watched Love of Locked Up, you need to tune into that. It's on good TV there. All right, cool. Let's moving from this couple now. Let's end on the last one, which was obviously Sabrina situation. I want to get the different points of view. Does somebody want to jump off the cliff? I don't know. Maybe we all have the same point of view with Sabrina. I know Jay's going to jump off the cliff. I know Jay's got her parachute. So, Chef Jay, do you want to jump off the cliff with this one? Sabrina, Walter, and Shawn's situation?
This is not a jump off a cliff. This is a nice stroll off the side of the hill. You know, okay, first of all, I know where you coming from and you felt like it was intentional. And that's where me and you differ on that. I don't think it was intentional. When you have a good, solid group of friends that you are really open and honest and trustworthy with, you tell all. And I think that was a situation that really happened in that moment. I just tell you the good, the bad, the everything. And I say that because when you get to the Walter, and after the friends met Walter and they left, she even said, see, I knew it. He got too much charisma. He charmed you guys too, or whatever. So she told him her downside of Walter as well, that, you know, he's a good guy, but he's also a charmer. Sometimes that's a red flag for some people, you know? And it's just one of the situations that she said nice things about Shawn before she said it. She said, you know, I like Shawn, he's a good guy, but he had a concern when he said this to me. Now, when I'm talking to my friends, that's what I do. We have honest conversations like this. And this is just us being open and stuff and trying to get a real good read from our friends on where we should go with this relationship. And so I think that's just what it was. It wasn't an intentional thing. And yes, it made the friends do look at him a certain way when he come in. But had he answered, and I'm not blaming him for the way he answered, because some people just don't answer well under pressure, but had he answered differently, that could have easily changed their perspective. Why that word won't come up? Their perspective of him real quickly. And because he answered the way he did, it just further fueled that fire that was already there. If he had a little bit more charm, because see, that's the thing with Walter. Walter had the nice charm. Now, had she flipped the dates the other way around and maybe had Walter come second and Shawn come first, it might have helped Shawn out just a little bit more, because now they already got the impression of Walter in their head still. And here he comes, and he's not giving good answers like Walter did. And so that just makes it even worse. Unfortunately, the brother was ready to have a sit down like a black household, have a little food, play a little cards, maybe have a little drink. You know, we get to know each other this way. But he walked into, yes, a firing squad, because she had a whole line of soldiers sitting right there waiting to give questions. And for anybody walking into that situation, male or female, it's going to be a little bit intimidating when we're just not relaxed and you guys are just shooting questions at me. You know, when you go on a job interview with just one person, it's a little bit intimidating. So this is like a job interview on times 10. And I'm walking into this and you guys are just spitting questions that I just quite wasn't ready for. Now, like I say, had he answered a little bit better, he might have had a little bit more shot at the whole thing with the friends, but he might have been intimidated. He might not do well under pressure when it comes to a bunch of questions being asked. I know a couple of people that don't like being questioned on stuff. And so questions may not be answered in a political way. They might not be the best answers at the time. So, you know, I don't fault him for it. It was just a sucky situation for him, but I don't see Sabrina as setting him up on purpose. That's all.
Jay, just before you go, oh, by the way, I didn't actually disagree with the interrogation. I think the friends were perfectly in their jurisdiction to do so. My problem is Sabrina intentionally missed out key information. She can't pretend as if she didn't hear the context of the conversation, which was around having kids. And then you intentionally leave that part out to tell your friends. What do you think about that? That's why I don't mind her friends interrogating. I think your friends should be interrogating. Hey, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. But if you miss information when you pass it to your friends, why wouldn't they? If I told my friends, oh, he says this and that, and then don't tell them the actual story of how it got to there, they're going to have a skewed thought. What's your thoughts around that, Jay?
That might be editing. I don't really know. I'm not trying to give her a pass or excuse. I don't really know on that part. And I wasn't disagreeing on the friends interrogations. That's what the friends are supposed to do. That's why I said I don't think it was intentional for her to set it. She intentionally set it up. She more than likely gave him why they said what they said, why he said what he said. But I don't know. Editing might have cut that out. I have no clue. You know, that's something that we would have to probably wait to either get Shawn or Sabrina up there to find out how much of it was said. But for me, I don't really think that was left out, because just the way that they interact with each other on a friendship level, I feel like they're very open. And I'm pretty sure the friends asked her, well, why did it come to that? Why did he say that? You know, and a good friend group would ask that. So I don't know if editing just felt like the need. You know how editing already knows the final thing. He getting cut off, so let's give him a reason, overall reason to be looking like why he's got cut off. I don't know. So.
Okay, I hear you on that. You're taking a nice little straw off the cliff, but you go for it.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk down hillside and get the breeze while I go.
Bye.
I'm trying to push me off.
No, I appreciate you still. Speaking to the masses, what's your thoughts around this, man? You know, what's your thoughts around Sabrina's situation? Maybe I'm jumping off a cliff.
So, okay, watching this scene, my first thought was why he didn't go on a date with Tasia. Because even though of the age gap, they seem to be kind of on the same wavelength. I didn't understand it, especially since he went on a date with Sabrina and she said that she didn't want kids, which was the same answer that Aisha had gave him when he was on the date with her. So I just did not understand this episode, he meeting Sabrina friends knowing that she doesn't want kids and he do. So that was already like, okay, is production behind this too. But then looking at the scene, I don't want to blame her for it, but if I'm just going to go based off of what I saw, my next question was, why did she tell her friends seconds before he walked in and left out that important information about him not wanting the kids. I feel like if you was gonna have that conversation, because they are your friends, that y'all already had that conversation, but it's clear that they didn't, and you waited to tell that information when cameras was rolling. Now, was that Sabrina or production on that? I don't know. So I was already questioning then because no information was given concerning Walter. So when Walter walked in, his friends were able to give him a chance, even though they was asking questions. But by the time Shawn walked in, he didn't have a chance then because they already had information about him. So their minds was already made up based off the information. And it's the fact that Shawn had to clear it up because he said how that actually came about was because of the conversation about children, which she failed to tell them about prior to him coming in. So in that moment, I did feel some type of way about it, and I felt bad for him for that reason. If you tell it to your friends, make sure the whole story is told. But even in that, and knowing who your friends are, you let that person speak for themselves and show them who they are versus already painting that picture for them to go by. Because the man didn't even have a chance at all. Like, they whole demeanor had changed. When Walter came in, they had assignment. But when it was through, of course, they was laughing and, oh, I like him. But by her telling her friends that information prior to, arms was crossed. They was leaning another way. Attitudes was already out the gate. And he coming with, like Jay was saying, coming with the cards, thinking he gonna have a good time. Of course, you're gonna receive questions, but at least have a good time while you at it. The man didn't even get that chance. So they pretty much just shut Shawn down then. But they did that even when he came on the show. The previous show shut him down then. Come this episode, shut the man down on that. Now, he should have definitely initiated a date or something with Tasia because that was, to me, the only connection that he was really going to have. And it seemed to pretty much hit it off pretty good. But like he said, he knew that he didn't do that right and he was moving slow with it. And he knew that he wasn't fit for the show concerning. But it just made me question, was this production? Was it Sabrina? Was it both? I guess we just have to wait concerning the interview or next episode. So it's an unfortunate situation. It didn't have to go like that.
Yeah, for me, I think that this whole situation was really messed up, to be honest. I am not a fan of how they have these men interact with their friends. There is no way you're going to put me in a room full of your friends just so they can attack me, attack my character, ask me ridiculous questions that have nothing to do with them. It's not their business. Some of these questions they're asking. And with the Sabrina situation, I think that it's unfair. I think that Walter had easier questions. He wasn't getting grilled as much. And I don't think any of the men, maybe one or two, but I don't think these guys answered these questions in the best way, to be honest with you. I mean, they asked Walter, what makes you choose Sabrina? He said, because she makes me smile. Bruh, what? So you have to want more. I understand you think Walter is a handsome guy. I get that, and that's cool. But you have to require more from your man, your potential man. Just because you make him smile, it's a good quality to have, but it should not be the underlining quality as to why you choose someone. So because you can't answer that question directly, that tells me that you're not ready to love. Not this guy. Because not this woman, because you can't answer that question. Sabrina and Shawn, I think that was orchestrated by production because Shawn was going home anyway. I think it was a situation where it was Sabrina, hey, bring this up. Hey, you guys, I want you guys to grill him based on this. And Shawn did not know what was coming. Shawn told us in so many ways when he was talking to Cecilia at the end that he doesn't like the way that this process is. And that's what I think that's what he's talking about. You know, the manipulation of what we actually see. It's a lot of stuff that was going on. And to me, I just feel like production had a hand in everything that was going on this episode when it comes to talking to friends. You know, I just don't get it. They asked Shawn, you know, are you in a position to pay bills? Huh? What they got to do with you? Tell me, what does that have to do with you as a friend? So I'm going to give a little bit of advice to anyone who's listening. If you're in a situation where you're someone you're dating, whether it's a male or a female, and you want them to meet your friends, the vibe should be have them come and hang out with your friends and be themselves. Just hang out, go bowling, shoot pool, do whatever you guys want to do, and just naturally hang out. And you can make a decision if you want to hang around that your man or you want to hang around his girl. You can make that decision based on the organic vibe that you guys have together. But the whole questionnaire, you are not in a position, and I say this because I'm passionate about it, because I do not like the fact that some people feel like it's okay to interrogate a man when it's none of your business. These type of questions that they were asking are personal questions. These are questions that Sabrina can ask. Yeah. These are questions that Mumen can ask. You know, you can ask these questions, but don't sit there and grill somebody for your enjoyment. We're talking about someone who's showing that they're actually potentially interested in someone. That's not cool. That's not fair. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Sorry. Shawn, see you next, isn't it? My bad.
So I think, you know, Corey brought up some interesting points and some things that I thought about. I mean, his, you know, Shawn's a bill or two answer was very random. And I think that his, like what he does for a living, I don't think there's clear, you know, it's clear he's a writer. We you know, we haven't been able to nail that down. And I think that that was probably part of the reason why Sabrina's friends and her approached him that way, because they wanted to really get some clear definition around that. You know, I think it just put his back against the wall, and he clearly doesn't really handle pressure well. I think he needed to be eliminated though, because he was too all over the place. He's, to me, almost like a male version of Mumen. He's all, you know, he says one thing, but then does another, right? Sabrina clearly told him she's not interested in kids. 1 second he wants kids, and then he's, you know, he's interested. Then he doesn't know if he's going to hurt her months down the line. So which one is it, bro? Just like pick a lane, drive down it, and navigate it. So I just think that lack of clarity was problematic. But the bill or two response to me was hilarious. Now, if I were posed with that question, I would ask, like, what do you mean? Do you mean my bills or do you mean her bills? You know, because this is Ready to Love. It's not Married at First Sight, right? So are we getting married and tomorrow I'm paying all your bills? Like, hell to the no for me, you know, and she has kids of her own, you know, or a child and potentially other expenses. So is the expectation that I'm assuming all of those expenses? That's what I would want to know. I would want to know what you mean by that. Like, what, you know, which bills are you referencing? Do you mean my own? Because I pay all my bills. Do you mean help with your bills? Like, what's the financial arrangement that we're talking about here? Because she's long in the tooth, right? So we'll say it like it is, you know. So that comes with a lot of other things. So I would want to understand: am I expected to accrue all of that and just take it on for my own? And then we'd have to have a discussion about that if that was the expectation, because I don't know that I would be down for that, my opinion. But again, I do think he was right to be eliminated. I think it was a little uncomfortable to be amongst all those people. I mean, we're still in the pandemic, and there had to be at least 7 or 8 people in that room. Nobody was social distance. For me, that'd be my issue. I'll be like, you can go, you can go, you can go. We can phone you in and phone you in. That'd be my little comedic relief to all those questions. But other than that, that's my thought.
Our brother tried the comedic relief, bro. You saw how it went down. The room is tough. The room is tough. Can I get an amen? He said. He couldn't even get that. Araba, what's your thoughts, man?
Y'all got people in the comments saying I'm falling asleep. I'm not. Well, it's been a long day. So some people are saying that Shawn was joking when he said he could pay a bill or two. I didn't personally take it as a joke. It seemed very serious, but maybe I missed it. I don't even, as a woman, I don't even want my man joking about poverty on us. Don't speak it. I rebuke it. I don't even want you to speak that type of stuff, joke or no joke. That bill or two was a little concerning for me. And I get it, Shawn. Like, I agree. I feel like it's not married at first sight. So sometimes these friendship meetings can really just delve deep. But at the same time, I feel like in dating in general, you're kind of trying to figure out if you do have a future with this person. So I think maybe that's where they were coming from. Like, if this was to get serious, what is the scope of frame of what you can do for our friend? And they probably know her. They probably know, like, this is a woman who, she wants a provider. She wants someone who's going to be able to share, to pick up their weight. So I kind of feel like that was the context in what they asked that question. And I feel like for Shawn's grace, for his sake, he probably should have just be quiet on that and answered in a way where, I'll do my share. But yeah, that bill or two is very concerning, because if he truthfully answered that way, at this age, if you can only do a bill or two, as adults, we have more than one to two bills, right? On average, we're paying like 20, right? So if us together combined, we have, say, 40 bills, and you can only take care of 2 of them. So you want me to suffer and go to my grave early because you can only pay 1 or 2 bills. It's not happening. It's not possible. Anyway, to speak to the point, the whole children situation, and I might have to go back and watch this scene again, because I don't think I either wasn't paying attention enough or I kind of missed it. If Sabrina did omit that information from her friends, I feel a few ways about it. I feel like oftentimes, and I can only speak from the perspective of a woman, I feel like when we don't tell our friends the full truth about a guy that we're interested in, it's for a few reasons. One of them being we want them to like him, but we know they're not going to if they know the full truth, right? So I think Sabrina might have intentionally omitted this information because she's interested in Shawn, but she knew that because they're misaligned in the children department, that my friends are gonna dead this relationship ASAP, and so let me let it linger a little bit. Let me give me and Shawn a little bit more hope, and my friends will find out when they find out. But for now, I'm gonna do what I gotta do to keep this thing going as far as I wanted to, right? So she probably said, I'm not gonna tell my friends this information. It was wrong in the context that now your friends are, looking at him funny and are putting him in a spot that's very uncomfortable. So I can get that, some of the men, where they're coming from in terms of, you kind of set this guy up in the sense that you didn't give him the opportunity to really be defended. So that's for that. But, to end, I actually don't think that there was anything wrong with the line of questioning that the friends gave Shawn. I think most of our friends have different approaches, but essentially they have the same you know, they come from the same place of caring and they want the best for you. So I think all of our friends would probably do the same, but it just wouldn't be in the same approach. I personally didn't feel offended by it just because, well, I'm a woman and I'm African as well, right? Africans were very, this is a regular. Our parents have said worse things in worse ways. And so I wasn't offended by the way that they did it. I just think that there's missing pieces, and I feel like it was very intentional on Sabrina's part to leave that out. If she did, if editing didn't F her up, it was very intentional.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. And I definitely agree. Some women do leave out information so that it doesn't become as bad in this case. In this instance, she left out the information so it would get even worse. So she could send him home. You know what? And listen, I ain't even mad at that. Do you know what I mean? Listen, hey, at the end of the day, you know, things happen. I think because it's like so early with them two, and he had only just taken out on a date. I think some moments before, asking a question about whether you can pay bills in this day and age is problematic. I mean, listen, if this was biblical times, you know, 1800s, I get it, right? Because listen, there's a different scenario, different settings. People can't work. Listen, there's classism and all that stuff involved. I get it. We are in 2021 and we do dating, okay? We don't get married at first sight oftentimes. We don't get married on the spot. We don't get married by going to people's class houses, whatever. The two people agree first. And so I think that was too quick to ask on this occasion because the two had just met. So that's why. But I think they asked those questions because of what I believe he had said earlier on. Because we didn't hear that line of questioning for Walter. Now, they might have done that and we edited it out. I don't know. But, you know, definitely he didn't get that introduction. You know, definitely did not get that introduction that she gave him. So it is what it is, but life goes on. I think he was the right person to be eliminated anyway. I think he was over it. All right, cool. So, guys, we've come to the end because it is 4.5 hours now. My bad. You know what? I appreciate you guys for sticking with me. It is a school night. Okay, all right. And we got work in the morning. You know what I'm saying? I haven't, but, you know. Some of you have got work in the morning and I'm dragging you up, so I do apologize. But, oh, listen, audience, it's been amazing. It's been good. It's been sick. I've enjoyed your commentary. We've agreed, we've disagreed, we've jumped off cliffs, we've walked off cliffs, and we've really enjoyed this particular episode tonight. Shawn, do what you do best. We need a benediction.
Tonight I was in or out, so I will defer to either Araba or Corey. You know, you be the judge, Kojo.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. She doesn't want the floor yielded to her. You were doing such a great job. What happened?
Robert don't want that kind of responsibility. All right. Corey, do you want to do this responsibility? The baton's been passed to you, sir.
You mean for like last thoughts?
Yes, sir. Benediction, sir.
Okay, my final thoughts is this. I won't keep you long, but I really want a lot of people to start paying more attention to the show. And I get it that it's a show, but there are some parts of this show that we can really relate to everyday life. So the scenarios they're going through, the interactions or interviews with the friends, and people in the comments are saying this, you know, they do this with their friends or whatever. That doesn't necessarily mean it's right, but I want us to start thinking more about the positives in people, not necessarily the negatives. Everybody got some skeletons in the closet. Everybody got some stuff about them that may just not sit right with you. But understand that if they have the majority of what you want or what you're looking for, then please, by all means, give that person a shot because you never know. You know, they may just very well surprise you. And start looking at people for the goodness in their heart. I know it's hard sometimes. I know people are going through certain things. People have experienced certain things, and it's unfortunate. But at the end of the day, we have to give somebody a chance in order to find that right one. So I want everybody to do that. That's all. My last words. Sorry for it to be so serious, but with this episode, man, it's like it was a lot of real life stuff that could be possibly happening for some people in real life. So.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that, bruh. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Okay, yeah, real life stuff does happen in the show, so I appreciate that. Yes, sorry, I'm aware that I did miss the Cornelius situation, Kamil. We'll get him on Saturday. Don't worry. We'll bring him in Saturday and get you guys to talk about him again. Listen, audience, it's been amazing. It's been sweet. It's been great. Listen, make sure you stay locked and loaded. We appreciate everybody here. Listen. In your own personal lives, have great conversations, walk off some cliffs, fly off some planes, and make sure you carry your parachute at all costs, okay, guys? You just never know when you may need to jump out of a plane with your ideas and opinions. So, we appreciate you guys. Stay locked, stay loaded. We will see you again very soon. Ladies, leave Corey's voice alone, okay? He's but a man. Appreciate you guys. Little black.